So I can't wait for other people to join us. So what I'm going to say is just welcome everyone. We've had a good chat, and let me just put it on a speaker view. This is our third. Sorry, Gary. This is our third UFO conference. We had 2 physical ones in 2019, but then obviously in 2020 nothing happened. But hopefully next year I think we'll have one on the 11th of June 2022. Lots of 4s there. I don't know what the significance of that is, but it should be very entertaining. So we look forward to that. And I'd like to welcome all of you. We've had a nice chat, and you know, we have most of us are from Wales, and we have one person from where are you from, John? Again?
Huddersfield.
Huddersfield, gosh, Huddersfield. And
from Portugal.
We've got Elaine from Portugal, and we'll have other people joining us hopefully during the day. So you know, we'll just start, Gary. We'll just start.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Oh, by the way, Gary is also artistic. He also paints, and he's a professional jockey.
Was amateur jockey. Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to build you up.
Yeah, go on. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it.
Oh yeah. So.
Without further ado.
Yeah. We'll let you start, Gary.
Okay, so good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. Yeah, I might put this on a. Right, there we go. I've got a gallery view now. All right, so good morning, everybody. My name's Gary. I've put my sort of Indian spiritual name up there as well, Govind Bhai. I received that name from Guru some years ago. Basically, I'd like to thank Danielle for organising this conference, and I was honoured and overwhelmed to be invited to contribute to it. All right, so I'm glad to meet you all. I'm going to start because I'm a musician as well. That's professional. I make my living from mainly teaching these days. But I'm going to start with a little tune, which Daniel thought would be a good idea. And it's not a bad idea. I don't need to introduce this tune. You'll recognise it as soon as you hear it, okay?
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, name that tune. I just thought that was rather appropriate for the theme of the meeting. Okay. So now I'm going to talk to you. I hope I won't bore you to death. Basically, I thought Danielle's title for the conference is very appropriate. UFO, paranormal, spiritual. Okay, because to me, all these things are all rolled into one thing. It's all one reality of which we are a tiny part. Okay. So I'm going to just start by saying that I'm going to link this. Religion to me is quite a major thing in my life. Okay. But that ties into all the other stuff as well. Okay. And I think that the UFOs, we've got a new terminology, which you're probably aware of. They're calling them UAPs now, unidentified aerial phenomenon. Okay, so that's a new terminology that's just sort of come to the fore recently, but it's all the same thing. So yeah, so this idea of tying it into the religious thing hit me when I was a teenager, when I discovered Eric von Daniken, who you've all heard of, Eric von Daniken. So I grew up, you know, in a religious Christian background, went to church, studied the Bible and all that, you know, read it through in quite some depth, you know, did Bible classes and all that sort of thing. But it was Eric von Daniken's Chariots of the God that first sort of opened my eyes to realize that, you know, the UFO thing and religion is not separated. It's strongly connected. So I'm just going to talk a bit about you know, a few things, a few pointers, how we can see, you know, to see where I'm coming from, the importance of religion and spirituality. It all ties into the UFOs. Okay, so, you know, for example, I'm going to give an example quote from the Bible. This was one of the first things that hit me. You know, in the 19th chapter of Exodus, Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet with God. They stood at the foot of the mountain.
Sorry, Gary, can I ask everyone to mute themselves?
All right.
Mute. April, you're not muted.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's better, isn't it?
Yeah, so
Right.
You can come back now, Gary.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So as I was saying, I'm just going to give a few examples. Exodus chapter 19. God came down on the top of Mount Sinai with the Israelites who were under the leadership of Moses. Okay. Now it says that Mount Sinai was completely enveloped in smoke because the Lord had descended on it in fire, and the smoke rose like the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked violently. And as the sound of the ram's horn grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him in the thunder. So obviously, if you read that, you know, with a UFO brain, you can see quite clearly that we're talking about some kind of a, you know, vehicle or something descending on top of a mountain with fire and smoke and thunder and stuff like that. And the whole purpose of this was to deliver teachings to mankind via a man who'd been appointed as a prophet, i.e. an intermediary between God and the people, to give moral instruction and what have you. So this is a theme that runs through. I'll take another example from the Bible, which we got Elijah, the Old Testament prophet Elijah. He did many things for which he's famous. He had miraculous powers. He was known to, he had cured leprosy, raised someone from the dead in similar way to what Jesus did. But he had a disciple called Elisha, and he had told his disciple Elisha in advance that he was going to be taken. Okay. And the verse, this is from the second book of Kings, second chapter in the Old Testament. As they were walking along, Elijah and his disciple Elisha, as they were walking along and talking together, suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared, separated the two of them, and Elijah went up to heaven in a whirlwind. And he was never seen on earth again after that. Okay, he never was seen again. So he was taken directly, didn't have to die. He was just taken up. Okay, so there's another example from the Bible. There's a big one. Much later on in the Israel story, when they were in captivity in Babylon, you had a prophet called Ezekiel. And right in the first chapter of the book of Ezekiel, there's a very, very detailed description where he's tried to put into words the experience of his visit from God. Okay. And this, I won't read the whole thing out because this is very detailed, but I'd like, if you can have a look at this yourself. I'll read a few bits out from it. Wait a minute. Okay, so right from the start, it goes straight in. It gives the date and everything. So puts it very historically. We're talking about 2,500 years ago. Okay. Ezekiel, he said he was among the captives by the river Kebar. So he's given it a geographical location, everything. The heavens were opened, and he says he saw visions of God. Okay, it was the 5th day of the month in the 5th year of King Jehoiakim's captivity. The word of the Lord came expressly to Ezekiel, the priest, the son of Buzi. Gives it to everything was there, right? So he saw a whirlwind coming out of the north, a great cloud with raging fire engulfing itself, and brightness was all around it and radiating out of its midst like the color of amber. And also within it was the likeness is described 4 living creatures. 4 living creatures. They had the likeness of a man, so they were basically humanoid, but they had 4 faces each. The face of a lion, I think the face of a man, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle, all 4 of them. And they sparkled like the color of burnished bronze. This could mean that they were metallic. Okay, and they had wings. The hands of a man were under their wings. Okay, and their wing. And then it said. Then later on he describes wheels. He says that as he looked at these living creatures, there was a wheel on the earth beside each living creature, and he's described the wheels as being like a wheel within a wheel, the color of a beryl, and the vehicle went in any direction. It didn't just go straight ahead. It went in any direction, and he's tried to describe it. So we've got all this, and then there's smoke and there's fire, and then on top of this, there's a throne, looked like sapphire stone, and sitting on the throne was the likeness of the appearance of a man high above it, and this man had an aura which is described as fire, but with the rainbow, a brilliance like the rainbow of a cloud. And this, after all this, he fell on his face, and then he heard the voice of one speaking, and the voice was like thunder, and so on and so forth. So this is obviously some kind of visitation, and you've also got the same theme of the chosen human being being the intermediary to deliver the message from the divine to the humans. Okay, so there we go. So that's that one. They're all over the place, these things, and the more you look, the more you find. Going into the New Testament, quick one about Jesus. We all know about the Star of Bethlehem, the Star of Bethlehem, which was followed by wise men, travelled through the sky and stopped over Bethlehem. So what sort of star was that stopped in space over Bethlehem? So we've got this whole thing. So we can reassess the whole notion of Jesus Christ and everything in the context of a divine superior being actually sent onto this earth in person to deliver a very important message to mankind. Okay, just a little bit I've got here. This after Jesus was taken up, after his ministry and everything, there was two of his disciples were looking up into the sky, and all of a sudden this is in the book of Acts, by the way, first chapter. Two men dressed in white appeared beside the disciples and said to them, "Why do you stand here looking into the sky? This same Jesus who has been taken from you into heaven will come back in the same way that you have seen him go into heaven." Okay. In Islam, you've got there's an episode from the life of Prophet Muhammad where it's called Al-Isra and Miraj. That's the Isra and the Miraj. These are Arabic words. I can't translate them for you, but Prophet Muhammad was taken by the angel Gabriel from wherever he was. I think it was somewhere in Arabia and maybe near Mecca. He was taken to Jerusalem by the angel Gabriel, and from there he was taken up into heaven, where he was taken around and showed 7 stages of heaven, and he also spoke with other earlier prophets such as Abraham, Moses, John the Baptist, and Jesus. He said to have met all those when he was taken to heaven. So there we've got again the extraterrestrial, the heavenly link as well. King Solomon, and there's another one from an Ethiopian book of Kings which is called the Kebra Nagash, the Book of Kings. There's a story that's not all of it's in the Bible. Some of it's in the Bible. Some other bits of it are in the Arabic tradition, in the Quran and various places. And they've also, in the Ethiopian tradition, they've also got information about Solomon. Solomon was known as being, very, very wealthy, but also very, very wise. So there's a story from the Ethiopia side that this Queen of Sheba that's mentioned in the Bible that visited Solomon, she's actually got a name in the Ethiopian tradition. She was Queen Makeda. And apparently from the Ethiopian side, she went to Solomon and spent some time with him. And when she returned, she was with child. And this son that she had was Menelik I. He was the first emperor on the Solomonic lines of the kings of Ethiopia, of which Haile Selassie was the most recent ruler. So there's a very long dynasty there, but apparently the son of Solomon.
It's shit though.
Hello. Yeah, I was just saying. Solomon had given a ring to the Queen of Sheba, Queen Makeda, to give to her son, their child, Menelik I, and told her that when he brings this ring back, I'm paraphrasing from memory, when he brings this ring back to Solomon in Jerusalem, Solomon promised to give him whatever he asked for. So apparently he came, and the thing he asked for was the Ark of the Covenant. So the Ark of the Covenant was taken from the temple in Jerusalem by night on a flying chariot. Okay, and in the next day, Solomon gave chase. Now, there's an excerpt here with Solomon giving chase to his son Menelik, who'd made off with the Ark of the Covenant. He was asking people on the way, and he said, "When did my son leave you?" And the people answered, and they said, "He left us 3 days ago, and having loaded their wagons, none of them travelled on the ground, but in wagons that were suspended in the air. And they were swifter than the eagles that are in the sky, and all their baggage travelled with them in wagons above the winds." So they were talking about, definitely flying vehicles. Okay, so that's all from the Semitic, biblical, Judaic, African. We've got all that there, but in the Indian tradition, there's a lot more information and a lot more detail about flying vehicles, because we've got the Hindu gods and goddesses. There's basically 2 types of vehicles that are mentioned. We've got a Vahana, which is a vehicles of gods and goddesses that are in an animal form, For example, Lord Brahma, who's the creator god, creates all the material, created all the material animals in the material universe. His
Harry,
Va is
can I ask a question a second? Only a quick one, I promise.
yeah.
Regards to what you're talking about, is it coming from the forte of that you are into religion, connecting it to the UFO, or is it from the interest in UFO connected to the religion?
There's a very good question. I would say it's both, because to me they're inseparable. I can't hear you at the moment, David. David, you're muted at the moment. Were you saying something else? I can't hear you.
Yeah. Basically, it's to know, was it the UFO that you got involved with UFO stuff, and then you connected it to the religion theory, or is it the religion that you were into first? In other words, you were into religion and wanted to know more about it, and then you found out that the UFO was connected to it. I just like to know which angle you're coming from.
Well, where I am now coming from is that there's no separation. It's both. It's not one or the other. It's both.
Yeah, I know that.
They're both together. It's all one reality. I think that it's clear to me that beings from higher dimensions, higher realms, higher planets, whatever you want to call it, they intervene in human society from time to time, and they try and teach us. And they'll use an intermediary, like a prophet or something like that, to try and teach us. Because I think the way that we live has an impact on the environment, on the planet Earth, and also on ascent. And I think that's what's happening now. There's UFOs being seen, and they may have something important to teach us, because obviously we're on a path where we're aiming to destroy the planet if we don't change our ways, and also destroy ourselves. So by different means, the message is trying to get through. The message is there in religion. The message is there in spirituality. It's all the same reality. Ecology is all part of the same message of looking after our home, where we live, looking after the animals, and so on. Morality is how you behave. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. So I think we get interventions from higher levels of people trying to educate us and try and keep us from going too far astray and cause too much damage.
Okay. Thanks ever so much, Gary. Could we just give Gary
Yeah. All right, thank you.
So thank you.
That was really good.
Yeah, that was so interesting, really. I mean, it's like Dr. Stephen Greer, isn't it? He said that aliens are trying to help us, in a way. So hopefully they will sort this COVID thing out for us. So thank you, Gary. Any questions, anyone, before we go on to SUFON? Yes, Gary.
I just wanted to add something. I've got a lot of stuff here, and obviously I didn't get it all.
Well, we know later on. Just keep to the schedule for the time.
Just a quick thing, based on what you just said, Danielle. Yeah. There's two things. We've got to be careful not to make assumptions, because not all UFOs are coming from the same place. There are also entities who don't have such a positive agenda, who also visit here with different motives. Okay, so we've got to realize that they're not all the same thing. They're not all the same thing. Somebody that arrives here in a flying machine doesn't necessarily mean that they're good guys. They could also be not so good. And the other thing I wanted to say is that we also mustn't assume that all the aerial UAPs that are seen have an extraterrestrial origin. I believe there are also. Has anybody seen the film Aquaman? There's also a good argument that there are civilizations that are on this earth but are hidden from us, who have high technology. So there's lots of like I say, all that glitters is not gold. So we've got to be, careful of putting everything all in the same basket. There's many different types of things going on. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Gary. Thanks, Gary. Yeah, I do realize there are beings, beings who are just like us anyway. Some of us are good, some of us are not so good, so they'll be the same. So thank you again, Gary. That was so interesting. We have to do this maybe a longer time soon. So the next, we're going to have SUFON. If anyone has any questions, please ask. So anyone with question? Not yet. But
what questions do you want? What questions do you want to ask? Because obviously I thought they would obviously be talking about something, and then we can listen and ask questions after. I don't know how it works, you see.
Maybe at the end, maybe we ask questions at the end.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought.
So I don't know if SUFON, are you ready, SUFON? Mike, are you ready?
That's all.
Hi, Mike.
Right. I do have to use screen sharing on this, Daniel.
Yeah, that's fine. So SUFON knows a lot about UFOs in Wales, and they do travel a lot throughout Britain. So I think they're going to tell us a bit more about what's been happening in Wales.
Yeah, you made a kick.
And
made the kick off.
yes, please.
Can you undisable the screen sharing, please? I've just got a message say host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh, so you want me to? Yeah, sorry. Yes.
That's okay. I got a PowerPoint presentation, so that's it. Right.
What happened then?
I got to go full screen. I'll go full screen.
You're not actually logging into my bank account, are you?
I'm trying to do full screen. Can you see? What can you see?
Swansea UFO network.
Right. Is it quite big on the screen?
No.
All the other pictures are on the left.
In the center.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
So on the bottom of the presentation, right, at the very bottom, there's a presentation thing that you click on, just near the volume, but near the size, very bottom. Down, right. That's it. So click on that one.
Right, I got you.
No, left again.
No, that's not going to do it.
No. If you go back where you were, go left. Stop. No, right. That one. Click on that. And that should get you. That's it.
Hey,
Right. Thank you very much.
the wonders of technology.
Well, we're going the wrong way, yeah? Hang on. We're going the wrong way.
I've seen that before.
I can't even get out of this now to get back. Oh, dear me. I'm supposed to be the tech guy, aren't I? Blimey. Oh, where am I going now? I've even lost my cursor.
Hang on, Mike. We'll just go from there. Yeah.
Hang on.
Wow,
There we go. Now we got it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Shall I start, Danielle? Danielle, you're muted. Right.
Please, yes, please.
Right. Hello,
Okay.
everybody. Thanks to Danielle and Frank for organising this today. I'm Emlyn Williams with Swansea UFO Network, and my colleague is Mike Monda, and he's the tech guy. Don't worry, Mike, you're doing a good job. I couldn't do it. Right. Those of you who don't know, we're a loose band of interested people with the same interests living in Swansea and the surrounding area. We have monthly meetings in Gosainen, Well, we hoping to start back this month after the COVID thing, and but we've still been active, going around interviewing witnesses and logging cases, and trying to spread the word in the mainstream media if we can, and amongst people like yourselves. And today we're just going to go through a few cases in the limited time we've got, just talk about a few things that you wouldn't have heard about, because we've only just heard about these ourselves. So moving on, I think the first one we're going to look at is, can you have the next shot, please? Here we are.
Aberravon.
Aberravon, yeah. Right, last September, we went to Barry to see a guy called Aberravon. Sorry, I get that. I got that one. We went to Aberravon to see a guy called Barry. And this happened on the incident that happened to him was on the 9th of September last year. He's a keen fisherman, angling, and he goes out sea fishing on the beach. And it was 3 a.m. on the 9th of September, and he was out there sitting down with his rod in the water at low tide. And it can have the next shot. It's very low shelving beach, and the tide goes out a long way. So he was quite a fair way out in that picture, just to show the location when he was. That's looking west towards Swansea and the Gower, and he suddenly saw a white glow in the water quite a way off, about a quarter of a mile. And all of a sudden then this white glow turned into a red light, and he thought it was a light had been turned on a fishing boat or some other kind of boat. Then as he was looking at it, that's Barry there in the picture. We went down to see him a few months ago at sunset, and that's not what that UFO isn't. It's not UFO. It's the sun. Okay. And anyway, he saw this red light and just above the water, and he thought it was a light had been turned on a boat. And all of a sudden, it just shot up straight into the sky, into the starry, clear sky, and disappeared. So what we think he saw there was what they call a USO coming up the sea. Gary talked about underwater bases, so maybe this was evidence of that, because UFOs are often seen going into the sea and coming out of the sea, and this is one example of that here in Wales. Somebody hasn't moved, did they, Mike? Oh, that might be Mike. Is that Mike's dog? Yeah.
Sorry, dog was making a back noise.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Right, we have got a brief video, but the audio is not great. So I've only put a couple of about minutes clip in.
Okay, yeah, let's have a look.
Oh, there's Emlyn. Oh, where's it gone? I have got a video somewhere. It's not showing.
All right.
Hang on. Oh no, this is it. Yes, this is it.
No, I can't hear the audio, Mike.
I'm afraid I can't read, Mike.
No, don't worry about that, Mike. Sign language there. Mike?
Yeah, the audio's not great, is it?
Yeah, just skip that, I think.
Yeah, that's all there was, so.
But you can see the location anyway, but when we went to see him, it was at high tide, and it was quite noisy with the waves on the rocks. Anyway, so he was he looked around, and there were other fishermen near him. He wasn't by any means alone. There were other fishermen down there, and we are hopefully getting in touch with another one of them shortly, hopefully. And yeah, it's a very interesting one, that.
Yeah, we put a post up, put on the YouTube channel, and some guys commented about a day later saying, "Oh, we saw exactly the same thing because we were fishing just a bit further down the beach."
Yeah.
So that was quite interesting.
And I know Barry did hear them talking at the time, or shouting, maybe. Okay.
Next.
Yeah, next, please. Right, we're moving a bit further along the coast to Tenby. this is a very, very interesting case. Again, it involves a witness on a beach. And there was a young woman called Sarah. She was about 21, and she was with a group of friends. They'd been out for the night in Pen Alley, just to the bit further to the west of Tenby, to a club, and they walked back. They were walking back to Tenby along the beach, and it was just the time of day it was between 2 and 3 a.m. So again, in the early hours, just like the last one. And Sarah was with with a group of friends, and there was a mixture of boys and girls in the early 20s. And they said, "Oh, let's go for a swim." And Sarah didn't fancy it. It was even though it was in August, and this happened in 2001, by the way. So it's 20 years ago this year. And so she decided that she'd just like to sit on the dunes and just watch them in the dark while they were going into the water and going for a swim. So I don't know if you know the area, but Kiln Park Holiday Park is just behind the dunes. So that's the area where they were. Okay. I'll just read. No, I'll come to that again. I'll come to that a bit. Anyway, she saw there was moonlight coming out of an object that she saw. It was like a white light above the beach appeared. And she thought, at first, she thought it was like a bright star at high altitude. And there was no noise coming from the object, but it shone a white light down onto the beach, lighting up a huge circular area going from the dunes into the sea. So it was overlapping. It was a huge area which was lit up like day, like a floodlight. And where she was just outside this circle of light. So she was still in the shade of the dunes. And where her friends were in the water was in the center of this circle. But they weren't there anymore. They completely disappeared, and she couldn't hear them. She couldn't hear them laughing and shouting, and she couldn't see them. It was just quiet. And she says here, "I suddenly realized at this point that I couldn't see or hear them in the sea. I was alone on the beach. I could still hear the waves and could also feel that I was alone. A panic came over me. I began to sit up to try to see them and blinked my eyes to strain to see them in the sea. I felt if I moved any more, I would be in danger. Just then, in 1 second, the light was swallowed up into the object above, and I could hear and see my friends again in the sea. And I remember feeling relief. And then the object moved across the sea in a zigzagging movement over Carmarthen Bay to the east. And as it moved, it stopped for milliseconds as it zigzagged. So that sort of thing. And at one point, it's exact. And then before it suddenly shot straight up into the sky at high speed. So this was amazing story. This was an object appeared above the beach, shone a light down onto the beach, lighting up a circular area, and the friends in the center of the circle weren't there anymore. Were they taken up into the craft? Possibly. So what reaction did she get from her friends afterwards? She says, "My friends took a few more minutes in the sea before I could hear them coming back up the beach. I was saying to them, 'Did you see that light? What was it?' as they approached. And 'Didn't you see the light when you were in the sea?' They all seemed really unaware and unconcerned. I was getting ratty with them as they were so blasé about what I was saying to them. They didn't even want to listen. It was all very odd. We all continued to walk to Tenby with me keep asking them, 'What did you do in the sea? Where were you? I couldn't see you.' Still, it was all shrugged off. We got to Tenby, and after waiting at one of the friends' house while a taxi arrived for us girls, they all continued in a very odd manner, not really there. The next day, all seemed well, and Sarah continued to ask the two girls about what had happened and what had they seen. They just said they remembered me asking about what had happened, but they just went in the sea. And to this day, 20 years later, if Sarah asks the two girls about that night, they're very blasé and say, "Oh yeah, that was the night we all got abducted." Thinking back on her experience, Sarah said, "I felt that they had tried to include me in this area, the illuminated area on the beach, but it was on the limit of what they could cover with the friends near the middle. The circumference of the light stopped on me, if that makes sense. I do remember it well. There were glowworms in the dunes of the beach that night that I've never seen before or after. I remember my friends bought drink cans from a vending machine at Kiln Park. I remember how wet the friends' clothes were and how sandy they were and what a long time it took to walk along the beach to Tenby. I remember feeling puzzled and calm about what I had seen and witnessed, but not frightened. My concern was for my friends in the sea and how I would get help if I couldn't find them." So it's just it's an amazing case, that is. Has anybody got any comments about that before we move on? I'd be interested to see what people think of that one.
What I will say is the way she described the movements of the craft is very much like how a tic-tac moves, in jerky movements, quick jerky movements.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
regards to them coming out of the sea, I've experienced that myself on 3 occasions. The one was really spectacular. Anyway, I won't go into that, but yes, I do understand.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, she couldn't see the shape of the object. It was just a bright light, like a star, which came down. So we're hoping to meet Sarah at on the beach at Tenby and record a short video with her, which would you can't really beat meeting a witness on location where it happened, and then it's easy for them to explain then because you're at the site where it all went on.
Mm.
Okay, Mike, what we got next? I forgot now.
Ambulance man.
Oh yeah, this is I don't know if you know the Cynfi Valley above Bridgend, up to Maesteg and Kyra. This was
Blank screen at the moment.
Yeah, it's the video waiting to play.
do you want me to explain what the scenario first, Mike?
Yeah, go for it.
This was the 1st of June, the 6th of June, sorry, the 7th of June 2020, again during last year during the COVID thing. 2 paramedics were sitting in their ambulance at 3 a.m, another 3 a.m. occurrence, and they were at the ambulance station, the Maesteg ambulance station in Kyra, and which is part of the fire station as well, and they were parked in the ambulance, and sometimes they sit there all night and nothing happening. So they, one of the ambulancemen called Paul, he usually keeps a set of binoculars with him because he often likes stargazing while they're waiting. And they suddenly saw an object above the mountains up the top of the valley. Hang on a sec. It's called the area of the Bulch. There's a Bulch wind farm on the top of the mountain, about 2 miles away from them. And they saw an object showing alternating red, green, blue, and white lights. Now, I don't know if you know aircraft navigation lights never show blue, only red and green and white. So this really drew his attention because of the blue light. Okay. And it remained in the same spot for 2 hours. So any aircraft, helicopter wouldn't stay there for 2 hours. They viewed it through binoculars, and it was described as disc-shaped and sitting at an angle of about 45 degrees. So it was that sort of angle. And there was green and then orange sorry, there was a green and then orange hue to the sky, what can only be described as a pulse. Yeah, don't put the pictures up yet, Mike.
No, I'm trying to figure out what's going where because I'm missing a couple of pictures.
The photos are from the second sighting. Yeah, there was a hue to the sky which was green and then it became orange, and it started pulsing. There was no sound, and when viewing through binoculars, Paul could see there were multicolored lights. The size of the object was estimated as big, much bigger than a commercial aircraft. Paul's colleague, a professed skeptic, could not believe what he was seeing. Paul explained, "My binoculars are not as powerful, but the lights were very crisp and not flashing like potent starboard aircraft lights. They were red, blue, green, and white. I thought initially it was a diamond shape, but my colleague said disc and sitting at an angle. His night vision obviously better than mine." Now, Paul also keeps a compass in his ambulance, and he said it went erratic. And the computer in the station was later found to have tripped out. So there seems to be some sort of electromagnetic disturbance there, which made the compass erratic rather than pointing to north and tripping the computer out.
It sounds stupid when they speak.
Because it's in work.
Yeah.
The Welsh accent, I know, but I'm not listening to what they say actually. Obviously, because it just sounds like a spoof, doesn't it?
Yeah. Can you turn your mic off? Turn your mic off, please. I heard all that.
And their IT skills are fucking as bad as mine. So we're just not getting anywhere.
Yeah.
Who's talking there, Danielle? Somebody's talking over me.
Couldn't play one video.
Julie, can you mute your microphone, please?
Yeah, I heard all that about the Welsh accent. Right, okay.
My microphone has been muted all the time.
No, we can hear you.
I've just unmuted it to talk to you, but my microphone has been muted all the time.
I think it's April.
No, it's not April.
All right, I'll carry on now. I lost my track now.
Shall I run this bit?
John, can you mute yourself, John?
Okay, they've stopped talking now anyway. Okay.
Danielle, if it's any help, I think you can mute everybody from your end.
I can't find the button to do it.
Right. Well, if everybody wants to mute, it's in the top right-hand corner of your screen. There is a little blue box that says mute, and you can press that, and then you will mute yourself.
Well, because
I unmute mine to speak to you, but now I'm going to mute it again.
Well, this Zoom is completely new to me because I'm not used to this Zoom, and I'm not going to touch anything.
If you want to mute your own mic, it's in the bottom left-hand corner. Or mine, anyway. All right, carry on. Can we move on to the next one? Now, back in last January, Paul and his colleague were in the ambulance again, and saw exactly in the same spot, and they were amazed to see, roughly in the same position as before, an erratic moving object that came to a standstill and displayed multicolored lights similar to the object viewed the previous June. When the objects are moving fast, only a white light can be seen, but as they slow or remain stationary, they emit bright red, green, blue, and white and purple lights. When viewed through binoculars, and not the best quality, the shape of a disc is visible. We both observed what can only be described as a fleet of orbs arriving from a westerly direction. Some of these orbs remained in the sky towards the north and took up position as what my colleague described as an isosceles triangle tilted to the left. The sky was clear and it was bitterly cold, and we watched the objects for hours, sometimes taking it in turns to go inside for a warm. At approximately 5 o'clock, jet aircraft seemed to come out of nowhere from the southwest, at least a couple of them traveling supersonic. Their wing lights visible, and also with the underside white lights on. At least one of them seemed to give out a strobe effect and bright flash. Now, these aircraft headed east, where some of the white orbs were traveling at the same time, and very high up, traveling in the same direction, another craft moving very fast with what appeared to be a halo around it, and 3 large red lights, possibly on its underside, was visible. Only caught a fleeting look at this one while looking through the binoculars to try and identify the jet aircraft. And there were jet aircraft activity in the area until just before dawn, but they did not go near the 3 objects in triangle formation. So these objects were still there. If you know, dawn in January is quite late. The objects seemed to gradually move towards the north or northwest away from the witnesses until the last one went out of sight at 7:45 a.m. Paul's work colleague who witnessed the UFOs with him is ex-forces, including Army Air Corps, and is familiar with different types of aircraft. And Paul took some photographs with his phone, and can you show these, Mike?
I just look at I just looked for them briefly. I couldn't find the only thing I could see is the video. So I know they're on the presentation because I put them on there.
All right.
Just so I can't find them at the moment.
Did you show the video?
Yeah. No, wrong one. Ah, this is something totally different. Hang on. What's going on here? No, it's gone. I don't know where the video or the pictures on. They might be coming up next.
All right, let's move on then. But that was an interesting report, 2 reports from the same people, because they're ambulance men and ex-military, one of them was. So they're very good witnesses. Now, that area seems to be a bit of a hot spot because we've had other witnesses describing discs and other objects above on the mountain at the top of the Llinvi Valley on the mountains. How are we doing for time? Probably half an hour, right? What we got next, Mike? I forgot. You did something.
Phil Baker.
Phil Baker, yeah. Do you want to talk about him? You know more about him than I do.
Yeah. This next video, he took. He lives in Baglan, and he took the video using night vision and infrared cameras. He couldn't actually see anything by the naked eye, but when he was using these camera, this is what he came across. This is what he saw. The footage has been stabilized. You see, because he's using a laser pen to try and interact with what he's seeing. All looks a bit jerky, but you'll see now shortly.
Did he say how high up this thing was?
They're not. It's not that high. As you can see, this is what he could see through his night vision, and this is actually a tic tac, and it's got jerky movements because this is how they move. They're really jerky and they're fast, but he's got other things going on there. And then it appears again. Oh, it's off again. He's trying to keep up with it moving, he is.
No,
it's in Baglan and Port Talbot.
The US Navy has just released footage of objects performing very similar to this and the same shape. They've been called tic tacs, like the sweets.
This is what they saw at the Nimitz. The Nimitz, you know. The
USS Nimitz.
Yeah.
Carrier, yeah.
And if you look, there's something else that's flying about as well. You know, there's a little thing above it just moving around.
Now, Baglan is not that far from it's the bottom end of the mountains that the last sighting was seen. above the mountains above the Llinvi Valley. And again, it's near Aberafan, where Barry saw the object come out of the sea.
I had this video footage by some of the guys in America, and they said, oh, this is just fantastic footage. The major thing for them was there's no aviation lights, and there's no sound. You can see it's moving around all over the shop. He couldn't be seen by naked eye, just only by what he's looking in, his camera.
Just with the night vision?
Yes.
Yeah. So he couldn't actually see it with his eyes, only through the night vision on the camera.
Like I say, the way it's, because it's so jerky, he's trying to follow it around. How much is left there? Right, there is he's got, oh, it's still there. As you can see, it's changed shape a little bit now. It's going a bit more lengthwise rather than the tic-tac shape. There you go. It's back to being tic-tac. I think it's trying to evade his laser pen.
Yeah, April just asked a question. What prompted him to film it if he couldn't see it with his eyes? John Robertson asked, or said he could only see it through the night vision of the camera.
Yeah.
Did he have binoculars?
I'm not quite sure, but he sent in quite a few vids. I've got about another 2 vids of his here. And they show orbs. It's quite an active place where he is quite an active place.
So you could see it on the screen live, could he?
Yeah.
Right.
So I think he sort of goes out seeing, looking for orbs and seeing things. He's quite an interesting guy.
Yeah. So he saw it on the screen with the night vision, and then he started videoing them because there was something there.
Yeah.
Serena was wondering why is he pointing a laser pen at it? Couldn't it harm it? Well, possibly. Maybe it was
people tend to use like laser pens. They shouldn't do. We don't encourage doing that, but people use them to try and interact with them, as in try and flash it briefly to try and get it to interact. I think we got a video coming up that he does do that with an orb or something, a flasher we call them.
Maybe it was moving erratically to avoid the laser pen.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. But anyway, I'll go on to the next bit now. We'll talk a bit about that. Right, is
this still the same witness?
Same witness.
Still Baker, yeah.
This was filmed in night vision. Couldn't be seen by eyes.
In Baglan. Is it in Baglan again?
But yeah, same place. It could not be seen by eye. He used night vision and infrared again. But this came in off the sea and went up over Baglan, the mountains behind Baglan. You'll believe it. I have stabilized these videos, so you can imagine what they're moving around. But I think it's the camera moving around more than anything.
Yeah, handshake. Yeah.
You got the time and date on the left there.
So 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
3 weeks ago.
He's got a bit of a wobbly hand.
Yeah, if you don't know where Baglan is, it's just past. If you're coming from Cardiff direction, you go past Port Talbot, And before you go over the Britain Ferry Bridge, it's that area below the mountains, just next to the M4. It's in the corner of Swansea, near the mouth of the River Neath.
Yes, that's it, yeah. I'll go to the next one. Oh, this is the ambulance man photos.
All right, jumping
Bit
back
to front.
This is the ambulance man, right? This isn't, yeah, and again, this isn't far from Baglan, is it? It's
No.
just over the mountain.
Yeah.
So these were taken in January 2021.
Yeah. I think it should be a vid with this. I don't know if it's on the vid or go on to my ones.
That's a lovely one though, with different colours in it.
Yeah. You can see the blue, maybe a bit of green, maybe a bit of yellow.
And this object was about 2 miles away from the witness, so it must have been pretty big.
Yeah.
that?
I can't remember where this one was of now.
It's not on the list, is it?
Oh no, this is still one of the ambulance ones, I think.
Was it false colour?
Hang on, let me check. I got this. Yeah, this is. I think it's still the ambulance one, but I don't remember this. But as you can see, there's an orb in it, circular orb. I'll go on to the next one now. Yeah, this is the ambulance man's video now. Do you want me to quickly run it?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, this is January, just gone. Bit like that tic-tac again, isn't it?
Yeah. I think this is just an orb. But it could be the object that he sent. It's obviously moving up and about a bit because he's moving the camera to keep up with it. That's the end of the vid.
Wow, I haven't actually seen that.
I got some other ones videos coming up. So
What, from the ambulance man?
no, some you haven't seen.
All right, okay. What's next? Is it John? Is it?
I think it's Con.
Oh, another Paul. Oh yeah, this is it right if I say his name?
Yeah, go for it.
He's okay with his name, is he?
Yeah, he's published it on our web page. So
Oh, yeah, it's a gentleman called Paul Conybeare, and this is the West Cross Inn on Swansea Bay, halfway round to Mumbles from Swansea, if you know the area. And Mike knows this isn't a photograph. Actually, this is a reconstruction of what you saw. Can you explain, Mike, the scenario?
oh. No. I gotta go looking through notes and things now, right?
I know I haven't actually written this one down. So
hang on. Yeah, hang on. I said
we haven't had it long, have we? He sent this quite recently.
I'll click on it now. I've got it here, and I can read it out then.
Okay. Because basically, you saw what looks like a black triangle with blue lights displayed on it, quite low. When did it happen, Mike?
Right, hang on. It happened. I'm just getting it up now. The time would be around 2 a.m. and date on the weekend, probably a Saturday, maybe 1974, late spring, going from west to east across Mumbles, following the bay towards Swansea, moving slowly and just cruising sort of thing. Finally went out of sight when it went behind Kilvey Hill. There was no sound, but I felt its presence. That was why I looked up. I count myself lucky to have witnessed it. It was amazing, and I remember seeing there were a few sightings in the press. It was a silent passage, but you could feel it was there, and that is what made me look up.
1974.
Yeah.
It's quite an early one for a triangle, isn't it?
He hadn't told any friends about it, but didn't see any press about it. There was a lot later. That it was a lot later. I saw that. The object was, I would say, about 800 to 1,000 foot up, roughly. The thing, it was amazing. I could still vividly remember it in my mind. So it left a lasting impression. So I just knew it was there. There was perhaps peripheral vision, maybe, but it was also more than that. And it was hard to explain sort of presence. But I knew it was there, and it made me look up. A bit like when you know something is behind you, but you didn't know, and there, and you just felt the presence. So it's hard to explain, and hope this isn't a load of rubbish. He had not been drinking, and he was out. He'd actually been out to see a girl who lived in Mumbles. He used to live in Bryn Mill at the time. So he'd actually been to Mumbles, saw his girlfriend, who was walking back home.
Right.
I should have.
He said it was in the local paper the following day.
In the press. That's a close-up image of what he saw.
Is he sure it was 1974, not 1983?
No, I'm pretty sure it was 1974, because it was quite, he's written that down.
Oh, I suppose it's a bit of a difference, isn't it?
But I did think when he mentioned the press, I thought, maybe 1983. But he's like, no, it was roughly 1974.
Right. Right.
I've got images missing here. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter.
On the subject of triangles, in 1983, there was a mass sighting all over South Wales, mass sightings, plural, and of big triangles. And we've managed to track down quite a few of the witnesses in different areas, and we've been videoing a lot of them, and they're all up on YouTube. This is the most recent one we did with Jonathan Davis, who took us to the site where it happened, and he was only a young lad at the time. Can't remember.
14, 15.
Yeah, and all he can remember was he was in this field next to the housing estate where he lived, and he can't remember getting there. All of a sudden, he was just there, and he looked up and he saw an object in the sky. Now, he took us to this site, and he's never been there before since. Only once, just to check out that nothing had changed the day before we got there. So yeah, we met him, and he just described what it was. Is there a video here, Mike?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, there's no sound.
Was there? Hang on, I'll have to try and sort my sound out, because there should be sound with this.
Regards to the place that you're going to show now, which is Underwood, as you know. It's funny because when the bus company Stagecoach used to run the service to Underwood, a lot of the drivers, some of the old drivers that I knew, they used to call it Underworld. They didn't call it Underwood, they called it Underworld. And I was always curious why they called it Underworld. And apparently they all had UFO experiences of sightings.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I forgot to say there, this is Underwood, which is on the east of Newport. It's a housing estate that was built for workers in Llanwern Steelworks.
That's correct.
And Jonathan, the witness's dad, worked at the steelworks, and he was one of those families. Yeah. Wow, that's an amazing. That's an amazing anecdote, there, Dave.
Yeah, well, it's true, because all the drivers that I knew, you know, some of the older drivers, I said, why do you call it Underworld? You know, not Underwood. And they said, well, because of all the sightings, you know, we've all seen them. And they called it Underworld.
But John actually lived in Underworld, and he had a lot of, he's like an experiencer. He's had a lot of things going on throughout his life. And even though he's moved from there now, and whenever he moves, he gets activity. He's had some amazing things happen to him over the years. You know, he's had landings, orb landings in Loch Estuary. He's had a lot of activity where he's living now, and he doesn't live far away from Underwood now.
Yeah, well, that field that you're showing, not far from there, when I was about 12 years old, we actually camped there. We all dared to go camping there. There were 6 of us. And even though I wasn't into UFOs at that time, we all got spooked by this very powerful light that woke us up in the tent. And we all packed up and went home.
And that's the same field, is it, David? Is it by the leisure centre?
It's very, very close to it, yes.
Any loud.
Well, I can always sit near it, can't I? I can sit near it.
Not talking.
Any luck with the video, with the sound, Mike?
I'm trying to. I'll try and play it out now and try and alter the sound on my laptop.
If not, just play it and I'll describe what he saw.
It's very poor quality sound, mate. I watched that video.
Yeah.
You can't understand one word he's saying.
It's perfectly fine when I listened to it this morning. I was like, listen to it. I thought, oh, great, yeah, I'll put it on. And it's just not, it's so quiet at the moment.
Put this on.
We bought a new microphone now for videoing. So
A bit of wet, but.
Oh, I wiped the table, I expect.
But, yeah, for some reason I can't turn.
Hi, Mike. I've just noticed something. It's Annabelle here. On the right-hand side of the screen, right at the bottom, there's a little icon with a speaker sound, and it seems to be sort of with a line through it. So maybe if you click on that.
Yeah,
at the side of the bar.
I'm actually, I'll have to escape a minute down there.
Okay.
Right, there, I got it.
Have you got it? At the bottom of the bar?
Yeah.
There seems to be like a little speaker and there's a line going through it.
I turned it up, it's gone back down. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. I'd put my volume up. See if that'll do it.
Yeah.
Right, just bear with me. Let's get this back up to. Is it full screen?
Hey, your speaker's on, so I don't know.
Right, let's try again. Oh. Not done this for a while, so it's rusty. No, it's still really quiet where I am.
Well, can you all hear me now? Yeah. Basically, what he saw was a gigantic triangle or chevron with lights all the way along it.
That's the same field I camped in.
It was absolutely huge. It went from one side of the field to the other, and it headed towards Newport, east to west. Yeah, we. Yeah, is there any point in watching the rest of that, Mike? We can't hear it.
No, it's very quiet, isn't it? I apologise for that.
Not worries. But it can be found on YouTube. Now, if we just put in Swansea UFO Network, it'll come up.
Night of the Triangles 8 it is.
Night of the Triangles 8, Swansea UFO Network on YouTube, if you want to watch that. Okay. I think we come into a close shortly, Mike. So
yeah, but we've only got a couple more things to go. Oh, I don't like. Ah, yes. This is Scott sent this Tuesday night. This is footage from Penturk, which is up looking towards Garth Mountain. If you watch the video, there's no sound to this, but if you watch the video, you'll be able to.
This is just northwest of Cardiff, and this happened this week.
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night.
Oh God.
Witness saw an orb going over.
Where? Ah, there we are. Oh, I'm trying to get this video to play and I just can't. Ah, right. Sorry. There we are. There's two things going on in here if you watch. There's an orb right there. And you've got a flasher just up there.
Flasher.
It just flashes.
Just flashes, yeah. Not an old man in a brown raincoat.
No. That little orb is just moving around a bit. There we are. And this is a photo of the orb that we were looking at. Right, there's one more. I think there's one more.
Yeah, Susie, yeah, orbs could very well be energy. But UFO means unidentified flying object anyway, so.
This was taken last night around midnight over Folly Mountain or Folly Hill in Pontypool. Right, well, come on. There we are a little bit.
Sorry, when was this?
Last night, about midnight.
Last night, or you couldn't get
on Folly Hill in Pontypool. I don't think there's much sound to this. I haven't stabilized this video yet. I just come across it this morning.
Yes. Hang on, don't go.
The guy filming is actually about 5 miles away, and he just zoomed in on his mobile phone.
Okay.
Who's that talking? Is that the guy who took the video?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was somebody hadn't had mute. I thought it was somebody hadn't muted the microphone.
No, it's somebody talking. Yeah, it's just another orb. Thing is, these orbs are being seen so regular, it's ridiculous. You know, there's so many reports these days of just these orbs. And God knows what they are, where they're coming from. But they, you know, we've shown quite a few videos of orbs today. So, but
well,
you look at a lot of groups, people are just seeing these orbs.
Yeah, and Barry saw one coming up the sea, didn't he?
Yeah. These seem to be the major things that are going around at the moment, rather than discs, triangles, bars. It's just orbs. I think that is it.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Danielle, for having us on. I'm sorry I can't stay for the rest of the day, but I got to get a train to Norwich this morning. But Mike will probably
I'll be popping in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's got any questions.
Well, thank you ever so much, SUFON. I'm trying to see to get everyone on to show everyone. View options, view gallery. I can't get everyone back on the screen.
I think you might got to close down.
Yeah, I got to close this down. Hang on.
There you are.
There we are.
Okay. Well, thank you ever so much, SUFON, and we'll look at the gallery now. Anyone with questions?
Yeah. Hi. SUFON. Hi. The ambulance guys that you spoke about sounded really fascinating. Were you interviewing them at some point, or
only by email at this stage? But we will be going up to meet them.
Yeah, we've had quite a few good sightings.
See, at the time we couldn't get out to meet people because of the lockdown. But as we're coming out of it now, we got a bit of a backlog to get through.
Yeah. You said you had a YouTube channel, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Can you just repeat the name of that?
Well, it's just Swansea UFO Network.
Swansea UFO Network.
And there's, if you put in Night of the Triangles with the different numbers up to 8, I think we've got of those so far. There's different witnesses and there's loads of other videos as well.
Brilliant, thank you.
It's amazing to think that Wales, we've got so many sightings. I don't know if other regions have got similar sightings, but I know Serena is with us and she's had experiences here in Wales. And obviously, Kaz Clark, there's so many. It's amazing. It's a melting pot, isn't it, for aliens?
Surprising how many, again, a lot of them are orbs, but they're all sightings.
Today we've only touched on some in South Wales, but there's many interesting cases up in North Wales. We've been up there a few times now, haven't we, Mike, to meet people up there?
Yeah.
Particularly around the Vale of Clwyd and Anglesey as well, as they're hotspots in their own right there.
Yeah, we've seen a few here, kind of similar footage. I've put one on my UFO and Paranormal Conference Facebook page. We saw, didn't we, recently? It was like this thing that kept moving, and
like a zigzag.
Like a tic-tac as well. So sometimes we think it's a drone, but really, but it's the way they actually move, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, well, thank you ever so much. Have a good trip north. To Norwich.
Okay.
Thank you ever so much, and
I'll be back and forward in today.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. And anyone else with questions before Emlyn? Yeah.
Well, only to say that obviously I'm looking forward to getting down there to Swansea to see the guys, because the SUFON group, they are a very, very nice crowd of people to be amongst. They do have some very good speakers there, and also it's very, very handy for people living in Wales because obviously there's nowhere else left in Wales that really holds conferences except for you, Danielle. I know.
Thank you, thank you. So, Emlyn, is it possible we could organise a trip to Barry and Aberavon, and you could just take us through?
Well, not Barry, but Aberavon. The witness was called Barry. I was joking earlier.
Oh, see, sorry.
When we
But
went to Barry to see
Aberavon has got a
Aberavon.
really nice beach, though.
Yeah.
It has, yeah.
I'm very surprised though, because we talk about Wales, and I am proud to be Welsh. Don't get me wrong. And there's lots of things that happen in Wales. And the last speaker was, the first speaker rather, which was Gary. He was talking about the certain aspects of the Bible regards to the connection and things, which it is. But also there's a lot of history of the biblical side of things in Wales, unknown to a lot of people. I won't go into it, but yes, there is. But if you want a place to go where you're going to be really activated and really have a buzz, even though there are things happening in Wales all the time, the two hot spots otherwise, one that I didn't know about until Mike put me wise to it, is Hale in Cornwall. That I've stayed there many times and couldn't understand why we kept having UFOs flying over the caravan. But Mike's explained it now, so I understand it's a hot spot. But obviously Avebury, that's the place that I would recommend people to go to have a full day in Avebury. Not because of the standing stones on their own, it's because of the activities around there.
Yeah. It's quite an energetic place. There's a lot of energies in Avebury.
There is. It's. I mean, I've been taking photographs all my life, as you know, Mike. And I can honestly say, this last couple of years, I don't think there's 1 week go by that I don't get something in a picture regards to an alien or a craft. I don't share them because to me now it's like a cup of tea in the morning. Like it's so regular. I don't go into it too much now. I don't have to.
Yeah, so we'll have to do that this summer, though. We can organise a trip.
That would be lovely, Danielle. Good idea.
Yeah, I'll set a date, and then Emlyn can show us around a bit.
Well, there's not much to see in Baglan.
Show us every burger bar, that's for certain.
There's not much to see in Baglan, but maybe we could go down Gower.
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Gower is a bit of a hot spot too.
Where?
Gower.
I think we got about 35, 40 sightings all around the Gower, all different shapes, sizes. It's quite a lot over the years, not in one go.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
The footage that I would like you all to see one day, but it's not up to me, it's up to the person who took it. I can't mention his name. He's a well-known speaker and he's a very good friend of mine. But the footage that Eve showed me, it absolutely blew me away. And I'm not easily blown away with any images I see. But when you see literally hundreds of crafts flying in and out of a forest, that's incredible.
I have seen that footage as well. So
yeah, well you are then. So Mike. Yeah, but it's up to him whether he wants to share that. I stopped sharing my stuff a long time ago because you know the reasons for it.
Yeah.
I won't go into it.
Uno está con nosotros desde las 11 y José Manuel Aguilar es profesor de psicología.
Okay, so let's just say thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, have a nice.
Look forward to meeting up, Dave.
Okay.
Look forward to meeting up. Met up for a while, have we?
No, we haven't.
Okay, so our next speaker is Soma. Shall I say your real name, Carol?
What's that noise I can hear?
Danielle?
Yeah, I'm trying to mute people. Yes, I'm gonna do that now. See if I can mute everyone.
Pero, ¿qué estamos haciendo? Pues estamos desgastando nuestro...
Oh, okay. So Pushpa, can you? Hi, Carol. Hi, Carol. Would you
Hi,
like to
Danielle.
would you like to take the stage, please?
Yes, thank you, Danielle. It's really great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here, actually, and
thank you.
Very much looking forward to it. And
yeah, I know somebody couldn't make today, and she said, "Oh well, I'm buying Carol's book." It's instead. So you've got one sale there. So so what can I say about Carol? She's magnificent, and as you can see, she's so lovely looking. She's shining, you know, just like bright as a star. So well,
I got up very early.
I know you did. I know, it's amazing. So so carry on, take over, and you know, and tell us all about your story and what you do and so on.
Thank you, Danielle. I've made a list of points that I would like to go through and say share with you. I haven't. I don't have a presentation, so I must perhaps next time, or I must get myself together with doing presentation slides. But I have a lot of info that I would like to share with you, and I will start with my bio. And at the end, if I'm happy to do a Q&A at the end, if anyone has any questions. So I am a psychic, a medium, Reiki master, healer, shamanic practitioner, Pleiadian starseed, a Pleiadian channel since childhood, Pleiadian hybrid, UFO abductee, UFO contactee, UFO experiencer. I'm also the author of the Pleiadian Child, available on Amazon. And I will list all my details at the end, but I've also written a new book that I wrote, I think it was the end of last year, that was banned on Amazon because it was about COVID and my understanding of what's really going on and my perspective, including a lot of the channeled information. So that's really my bio. Oh, and that's available on my website because it's banned on Amazon, wouldn't publish it. So, okay, so I've written a list of things that I'd like to talk about and go through, bearing in mind that you have to, that all aspects are connected. So it's a bit like clockworks, where all the dials are working together. So everything is connected. Nothing is separate from each other. So one of the first, can't speak, sorry. One of the first things I want to go over is who we are, where we came from, and why we're here. So we are not from here. Oops, let me just change that, sorry. Bear with me 1 second. There we go, thank you. So we are not from here. The Pleiadians created us in their likeness. This is my understanding. This is what I've been shown. This is what I've been, has been channeled to me from the Pleiadians, that we are not alone in the universe. We've never been alone. We are created in their image. That's not to say that other beings haven't also created as well, but the Pleiadians did create us in their likeness. So the first thing I want to talk about actually is Atlantis and what happened at the time of Atlantis, because it's very relevant to what is going on now. So at the time of Atlantis, the Atlanteans were operating on a much higher frequency than us, with a much higher awareness, a much higher vibration. They had, this was before the DNA was tampered with. So their DNA was of a higher frequency, of a higher vibration, of a more advanced, you could say, more advanced. So what happened at the time of Atlantis is that a large meteor hit the Earth, which was probably deliberate, and shook the Earth off its natural axis, causing land shifts, causing the land to shift, and causing great catastrophic events. At the same time, around the same time, negative ET energy came in and dumbed down our DNA, our energy, in order to enslave us, to use us as a slave race. So I do believe that the meteor, the large meteor that hit the Earth, was actually a deliberate event. It wasn't a natural occurrence, although it could have been. But because of the timing of it, with the negative ET energy coming in and overthrowing Atlantis, which would have taken a number of years, and dumbing down the DNA of the Atlanteans, because of that, I think that the meteor was probably put into place on purpose. I don't feel it was a natural, random event or occurrence. So that's what happened at the downfall of Atlantis. So so now we are in, I call it the reversal of Atlantis. The Atlantis reversal, where everything is shifting back. So the Earth is shifting back onto her natural axis. And so there will be catastrophic events already. And I just want to really emphasize that is not to put fear into people, because that is not what I'm about. That's not what the Pleiadians are about. They are not about putting fear into people. We'll leave that to the governments and the big pharma. So the land is shifting back onto her natural axis. Now, this has already been proven with compasses, with flight compasses and etc. So there will be catastrophic events. Again, that's not to put fear into people. And that's actually already started to happen. We've been seeing that for a number of years, where there have been major Earth events to do with weather, tsunamis and storms and lots of things going on to do with the weather, which some are natural and some are orchestrated again. But the Earth is shifting back onto her natural axis. So, and at the same time, so this is a reversal of Atlantis. Our DNA is shifting, it's raising back to her natural blueprint of 13 strands of DNA, not 12. Some have said it's 14, which that is possible, but I believe I've been told it's 13. So I'm looking into the possibility that it may be 13 or more, but I was told it was 13 by the Pleiadians. So we're going back to 13 strands of DNA. So we are not even going back to Atlantis. We are going above and beyond what was Atlantis on Earth. So we are going beyond that. So the Atlantis reversal is everything is shifting back onto her natural axis. And this is a huge evolutionary leap forward. We have never seen a time on Earth like this, ever. There's never been a time on Earth like this, not in the way that we are seeing it, with our technology, with the advancements, with the, we are in the War of the Worlds, which is going back to the beginning beginning of time, we were created in the likeness of gods. I mean, one of the things the Pleiadians have said to me in the very beginning was that we are the gods, and the word God in the Bible should be replaced with the word gods. And then things would start to make much more sense. Now, to me, at the time when they said that, that was very profound to me, and it still is. So the War of the Worlds is, it's the War of the Worlds. It's the war between light and dark. ET energy, which is the battle of the UFO battles and the galactic wars, everything that's warring in the sky. Excuse me 1 second. Okay, so I will be taking questions at the end. So if anyone has any questions, I'll move on. So and I hope I've covered everything in the Atlantis reversal. So the two Earths around January last year, which would have been January 2020, I was shown there were two beams of light hitting the Earth that were intense energy that were going to increase and intensify, increase and intensify, increase and intensify, until the point it would these beams of energy, these beams of light, would be so of a high velocity that they would actually cause the Earth to twist and divide the Earth. And one Earth would go into a higher frequency, a higher dimension, a higher awareness, and the other would stay where it is, or it would drop into a lower frequency, a lower dimension, a lower awareness. And for years, I heard about the two Earths, and I could never get my head around it, how that would be possible. But then last year, I think it was January last year, I was shown this image by the Pleiadians, and I understood it instantly because I'm a very visual person. So I understood the image. I understood how that works, and the dynamics and the energy being so intense that it would actually cause the Earth to twist and not even divide, but multiply into two Earths. And one would go into a higher frequency, a higher awareness, a higher dimension, and one would stay where it is or drop into a lower frequency awareness dimension. So, and this is all to do with the ascension process, where we are, I mean, we are in epic times. There's never been a time on Earth like this. So, and there's so much going on here. There's so many different clocks that are coexisting at the same time, and nothing is separate. Everything is all in rhythm with each other, although there may be some distance between, which makes it appear to be separate, but actually it's all connected. It's all connected. Everything that's going on at the moment, both on a higher level or a higher dimension, and on a 3D level, to do with governments and politics and big pharma and all the plays and negative agendas. Everything is working together in tandem, like the universe works together in tandem. So it is a beautiful time to be here. It is amazing. It is epic. I mean, we've never had a time like this before, ever. We are in the midst of, we are in the early stages of an evolutionary leap, which we call the ascension process, or a new dawn, a new era, the new age of Aquarius. Stars are lining up, and I mean, I'm in awe of the period we're in now. I actually feel very cathartic about it, because on one hand, it is a beautiful time to be in, and then on the other, it is the very opposite as well. So it's everything is to do with the evolutionary process. We are in the evolutionary period. Our DNA is changing back to her original blueprint of 13 strands of DNA, not 12. We are not from here. We are a multitude of different hybrids. We are hybrids. We are all hybrids. None of us are from here. So we are a multitude of hybrids. We are galactic. We are multidimensional. And I have been given some new information recently, which I will go over at the end. But for now, I just wanted to continue. So the evolutionary process is our DNA is going back to its original blueprint. So at the time of Atlantis, and even before the Atlantis, going into areas like Lemuria, we had a galactic ability to communicate with our star brothers and sisters. We had a natural ability to communicate with our brothers and sisters.
Can I just ask a question, please? Because I know you want to finish to the end, but you started off with a lot of information there, and I don't think if you go on to the very end, will people remember what you were saying in the beginning? It's only regards to the fact that, like you, I'm a psychic. Like you, I've had visits. Like you, perhaps, you know, I've been taken by aliens quite often, and I also get guides come in and speak to me, and it's completely blown me away because I didn't believe in any of it. But anyway, back to the point. What you've been saying there, really, it's a little bit mixed messages for me, because you're saying that we're going backwards, the Earth's going backwards. Well, if that's the case, why are the aliens?
I didn't say the Earth is going backwards. The Earth is going forward.
Yes, going forwards, but then you say that it's going back on its axle, going back to this and back to that. When really, in my opinion, the message I've been having right away through my 30 years of involvement with ETs is that ETs are us in the future. That's my opinion, mine. It's only my opinion.
Yeah,
they're coming back to us.
Yes,
to stop us making the same mistakes that they made.
Yes, you're right, David. Let me finish, because I probably will.
Okay, you carry on. You carry on. I'll mute myself again now.
No, it's just because I will probably cover your points, but you are absolutely right. The Pleiadians are just one group of ETs. They are a group of positive ETs. There are many different ETs. You know, we are hybrids. Hopefully I'll get to your questions with following information. But if I haven't, then please ask your question again, and any others you have, and anyone else as well. If you have questions, please ask. So there are a multitude of ET races, good and bad. You know, there are good people on Earth and there are bad people on Earth as well. And they are all classed as humans, although I would beg to differ, because there are a multitude of races, of ET races living on Earth. You know, there are reptilians, there are Pleiadians, there are Syrians, there are hybrids. There's just so much going on. So this is a window opportunity. This is a window period of opportunity where we get to change our future. So the Pleiadians are us in the future, or have, when they've communicated with me, they've said to me that they are from their future coming back into our past. I think I've worded that correctly. So they come from their future, and I always need to make sure that I don't mix these words up, but they come from their future into our past because there was an event that happened that went wrong, and that is probably to do with technology, where I'm not really going to go into that because that's going too deep into it, but where to do with implants and technology, negative technology and implants and nanotechnology that was infused with the human being. So that is to do with that with the future of the Pleiadians. So they've come from their future into our present to change things, because they are not in a good space in the future. They are not in a good timeline. So some of the new info I've had recently is the multidimensional. So this is an evolutionary period. I'm going to have to explain this a bit more. So, and I'm talking fast because I want to get out as much information as I can. So this is an evolutionary period of the mass consequences that changes life on Earth. It changes life on Earth, and it's not restricted to Earth. It's not contained to Earth, because what happens on Earth happens in far-reaching places of the universe. We are multidimensional, living in a universe where everything is working together, and the Earth was actually created for us, as well as other planets and star systems were created by ETs. So everything that we are living in a design. We are designed. So the Earth was created for us to be habitable, with our trees and our everything was put into place where the Earth was habitable. So that is an important part. The other thing I really want to share is that we are multidimensional. We are having an evolutionary leap, and we are now having an evolutionary leap. This is not woo-woo stuff that's happening out there. This is our DNA changing. This is our blood changing. This is our minds changing, our bodies, our energy. This is our surroundings, our society, our blood, our hair, our awareness, our intuition, our auras, our psychic ability, our cells, our energy, our DNA. We are changing. We are moving into a new illumined being, a new human being. And that is beautiful. That is by design. That is not, there's nothing random in the universe that's woo-woo out there, or that is a beautiful design. So therefore, we are all evolving. Our abilities, our individual abilities are evolving. Our psychic abilities, our mediumship, our awareness, our empathy, our intuition, our knowledge, our understanding, our feeling, our senses, we are evolving. This is a physical thing. This is our cells and our DNA and our blood and our hair and our teeth, and we are evolving. I just want to stress that we are evolving. So and this goes for us I think what I'm trying to get across is that this is individual as well as collective, because those two are working together. Those two things worked in conjunction with each other. So when something happens to us individually, it is happening on a collective level, whether it's just our community or it's our country or it's our Earth. It is collective, always, because we are all connected. So one of the things that was happening to me last year is I began to have, I've always had real dreams, but what happened is I began to have dreams of different timelines, where I was on a different timeline and it was me, but it was someone else, or it was me, but on a different timeline. It was just different. So I couldn't understand this. And this was recent. And it started to happen to me because my awareness, my abilities, my intuition, my psychic abilities were upgraded to do with the evolutionary leap. So the multidimensional experiences I was having on different timelines, I woke up the other day and I just knew that is real. And so my awareness has increased, my abilities have increased. Everything about me is increasing and improving and upgrading, as we all are. We all are increasing, improving, and upgrading. So when I woke up from this experience, I just knew that there is going to be an influx of people who are going to start remembering, and this is really important, because this is, I don't like using the word predictions, but it is a prediction. for want of a better word. So there are going to be a multitude of people who are going to start remembering their timelines, their different timelines, and their multidimensional selves. And they are going to start writing about this. Now, I don't think it's happened yet, but it's to come. Also, some of the other new info I've had recently or last year was that there will be more sightings of UFOs around the Earth that won't be reported on the media. And that is, it's not just in Wales, you guys, it's everywhere. So it's around the Earth, but there will be more sightings of UFOs around the Earth that won't be reported. There is also going to be a genuine landing as well as a fake one. So we are going to have to really discern and use our own judgment and our own caution and our own senses or feeling abilities of whether we feel that that's a real one or is that a fake one, because we are at war. We've been at war for a very long time, and this is the last battle. So the negative agenda is dying a death, but it has a lot to lose, like we have a lot to lose. It's a war between consciousness. It's a war on consciousness. It's a battle between opposing forces, between light and dark. Okay, so I've already said about the conditions and the environment on Earth were actually created for us. It's not an accident that we ended up on this planet and that the air is breathable and we have water and the sun, and that is all by design. So coming to the disclosure, all systems on Earth are run by negative ET energy, or you could call them the Illuminati, or you could call them the Black Hats, or you could call them negative agenda. I use the term negative ET agenda because that's just how I see them. They are negative ET agenda. And some people have the hard time getting their head around that, and that's okay. Perhaps maybe go and do some research about it. But all systems on Earth are run by negative ET agenda. All systems on Earth are run by negative ET agenda. From the school systems to the big pharma, to the governments, to the military even. And of course, there are fractions that break away, and there are good guys working within those systems. But when you understand that all systems on Earth are run by negative ET energy at the very top, why on earth would there be disclosure? So I don't believe there's going to be disclosure in the way that we want it. There may be drips and drabs being fed to us, and that may come in a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, but we are never going to get the disclosure of our true Earth's history, of the true magnitude of the technology that the negative agenda has. We're never going to get that. We're never going to get full disclosure of our Earth's history, of who we are, where we came from, why we're here, of UFOs, of ancient aliens, of giants, there's so much that's been hidden from us, so much that's been hidden from us, and we've been kept in the dark, and everything is evolving and spiraling up to a higher degree, a higher awareness, a higher level. So, but with disclosure, we are never going to get disclosure from the governments. We're not going to get it, not in the way that we want it, because there is too much at stake for them to lose. So we have to be the ones. We have to be the ones that give ourselves disclosure, that record UFOs, that record channelings, that record abductions, that record all of it, underwater sightings, channelings, because it's all connected. It's all connected. Everything is interconnected. And one of the things I also want to add is that we really need to come together, because you've got the UFO community over here. You've got the channelers over here. You've got the healers over here. You've got the religion over there. And there are good people in religion. And you've got the shamans, and you've got the drummers, and you've got the sound, and you've got the crystal, and you've got the healing. And it's all become so separate, which is actually part of the negative agenda. Not part of the negative agenda, but that's how the negative agenda works, is by separating and dividing and conquering, separating. So we really need to come together. Even within our spiritual circles, you know, we need to bring it together to include things on the outside, like Reiki, like the crystals, like the sound, like the color, like the healing, like the channelers and the UFOs people, and all of it. Just embrace all of it. Even the spiritualist churches, which have their place as well. It's all become divided and separate. So, okay, so what's next? Solutions. Solutions are raising our vibration, raising our energy, raising our awareness, which is happening naturally, but we need to speed up the process because time is of the essence. This is a window opportunity of time, and the door is closing. And we need to, it's like we need to force the door open, and we do that by raising our awareness, raising our consciousness, raising our, it's all to do with how we feel and our vibration. It's all to do with vibration and frequency and energy. So we need to lift it up. That is why events are being played out at the moment, like COVID and the vaccines and the masks, because they are trying to do what they did at the time of, similar to the time of Atlantis. They are trying to dumb down our DNA, dumb down our natural evolutionary process by chucking stuff into our awareness, our consciousness, like COVID, like vaccines, like masks, like not being able to travel, like fear. They're using all these techniques and plays to play on our emotions, to dumb us down. So one of the solutions is to keep our vibe high, keep our vibration high, keep our frequency high. There's probably a good time to talk about the weather now, because the weather in the UK over the last couple of weeks, especially over the last couple of weeks, what I've been noticing in Portsmouth, because that's where I'm based at the moment, is there's a lot of spraying going on here, a lot of chemtrails, but there's clouds and cold. Like I should have been wearing gloves in the beginning of May, which is just not natural. It's not natural at all. And I was watching the weather and recording the clouds and the weather and taking photos and doing everything I could to try and report it. And I haven't uploaded those yet, but I will at some point. But the weather in the UK is not natural. It's absolutely not natural. I don't care what anyone tells me, it's not. And you can see it. So this is going back to the solution. So we need to, just remembering why I was going on to weather. So the weather is to do with some of the changes on Earth to come, which is not always, some of it is going to be negative, okay, but that's not to put fear into people. It's simply it's like a birthing process, which is painful. So as we adjust to, and there's no going back to normal, we need to adjust to and adapt to the new way of being at the moment, which is also to do with the new energies and new frequency, because I do see a positive outcome, absolutely do see a positive outcome. But, and here's the crucial thing, we need to we kind of need to override. I mean, it is like it's a battle, it's a dance of light and dark energy. So we are overriding them with energy, and that's where we will win this battle. That's where we will win the war, is by keeping our vibration high. About the weather there, because there is going to be food shortages. There is going to be some difficult, challenging times ahead, and we need to stockpile. We need to stock take. I've been doing that for a while. So there will be weather changes. I don't know exactly how the food shortages will play out, or things like the internet going down. And sometimes we are seeing them in different areas around the earth happening at different times. But we need to take our focus off what is wrong with the world and shift it onto the world we want to create, the world we want to live in, the world we want our kids to grow up in, and our grandkids and our great-grandkids, because this is up to us. We need to be the ones to disclose the information to do with UFOs. There is no one coming to save us. We do have help. We absolutely have help. But this evolutionary period is exactly about what I'm talking about. It is about us taking our power back. We need to stop giving our power away. Stop letting negative energy in that is overtaking us and enslaving us. It's all about us taking our power back. That is where our DNA changes, really. That is where our consciousness changes, really. That is where our ability to manifest a beautiful earth changes, really, by us taking our power back. So we need to create new systems on earth. All systems on earth are crumbling and falling away and dying a death, and we can see that now. There is no going back to normal. We are in the midst of change that we've never seen the likes of before, ever. We will never go through this again. And when we get to the other side, to the positive new earth, the new dawn, the age of Aquarius. I mean, this has been prophesized for many thousands of years. You only need to look at the rainbow prophecies. So I just want to end on because I could talk for hours. So I just want to end on the note that we need to come away from everything that is wrong, because what we focus on, we create. That's a natural law. What we focus on, we create. So, and we need to be the ones. We need to stop waiting for the government or the doctor or the lawyer or the teacher or the politician or the Pleiadians or anyone outside of ourselves to come and save us. We need to realize that we are the gods. We are the gods. We are Jesus. We are beautiful divine beings, and the power is in us to make great changes on earth. We can move mountains. And if we can do that individually, imagine the power that we have collectively when we come together and stand up and say, no, you are not going to do that to my child, or no, I'm not going to wear a mask, or no, I do not agree with this. And just say no. There's a lot of powerful energy in that when you come together. So I will get to this, I promise. So we need to take our focus off the negative and shift it onto the positive, creating small local communities like our grannies had, like our grandparents had, of having our own food, making our own cheese, our own butter, having our own water, having our own herbs, our own medicine, relying on ourselves. And yes, it was hard and difficult. And in my grandparents' lineage, there would have been a lot of poverty, but you know, there's an abundance in that. That is why we were taken away and put into big cities, or the opportunities to do that came for our parents and grandparents slowly. So that's where we need to be going back into the small communities where we have our own water supply, because and food supply and medicinal herbs and remedies, because when those things are taken away, either by government or through natural disasters, or disasters that the governments are creating, or big pharma or military or whoever it is, or negative ET energy, when they decide to take our food supply away or our water supply away, What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Are we just going to run around and start like a zombie apocalypse? We need to create the world we want to live in. So it is all about creating small local communities, whether it's just me and you and your husband, or you and your kids, or just you if you're a single person or a single man. But get your community involved. You use the resources and tools that you have. You know, if it's a small patio or if it's a small garden, but I would say that actually we need to come out of the big cities. And I do see us coming out of the big cities. And that's already started to occur and unfold. But we've been lied to on such a mass scale that it is unbelievable. I mean, I really get how unbelievable some of the stuff I talk about is, you know, with the reptilians and all the systems on Earth being run by negative ET energy. I understand how crazy that sounds. I really do. So I will. My website is thepleiadianchild.com, and I have my book there, which is about the pandemic, which was banned on Amazon. It's on my website, which is thepleiadianchild.com, and I welcome any questions, especially from David.
Right then, well, if you want me to ask to kick it off, I can, if you want me to, but I'm quite happy to sit back and let somebody else have a go, because I've learned my lesson over the years. Sometimes I got to listen to other people, and I learn more from that, and then I work it out. But I will kick it off if you want me to. First of all, there's a lot of mixed messages what you've been talking about. Some I agree with, and some I don't. That is quite normal. We all got our little ways about how we believe this and how we believe that. Regards to the human species, we are in a state of affairs at the moment whereby, regards to you're saying about take your power back, and I got friends of mine that I spoke with years ago on stage and what have you, and some you know, some you don't. I mean, one of my closest friends has died now, Professor Mack, very, very nice bloke. But I won't go any name dropping. I'll just say this: with the human species, what I've learned over the 30-odd years I've been involved with all this sort of stuff, regards to UFO, regards to spirituality, regards to psychic abilities, or whatever you want to talk about. There's many of them. The one thing I've learned is this: with the human species, we all want to have something in our life that's stable. We all want to be stable. We all want to be comfortable and safe. That is a natural thing for this species. It's natural to want to, for example, there's an old saying, shut your door and let somebody else bother with it. It doesn't affect me, so why should I worry about it? But it does affect them because they don't look at the bigger picture. Regards to learning from where we go with all this, regards to the UFO connection and as my good friend, I lost his name at the moment, Gary rather, was talking about the biblical part of it, which is very, very true, because I've experienced that myself. We are at the present moment in a situation whereby the masses are still falling for the same old misinformation that's being pumped into us every day of our lives. And a classic example of that, I had a heck of an argument with somebody recently. I didn't want the argument. They started arguing with me, so I started arguing with it. And that was the wrong way to go. I should have stepped back and not argued with them. But they were putting a picture over to me that I didn't agree with. I was saying basically, unless we're prepared to turn off the television and go into yourself and realize what you are about, we are never going to get out of this stupid idea of, you know, trusting what we're told on the BBC, for example. The BBC are nothing but liars. I won't say on everything, but on the 80% of it, for sure they are. We only got to talk about the this COVID-19 now. Unlike some people,
Is there
I'm
a question, David? Is there a question, darling? Is there a question, darling?
Can you hear me?
David, is there a question you'd like to ask Carol?
Carol, is there a question I want to ask Carol?
Soma, yeah.
A question? Well, there's many questions. I won't even go. Well, put it this way then. Let's put it this way. When I spoke at the SUFON group a while ago, and I think Mike Mulder's still there, he'll tell you I was up on that stage for 4.5 hours, and they still wanted more because people want answers. People want answers in depth. Now, the question then, if I had to give a question to you, do you really believe that the human species was created after Earth was created first? Did Earth come first or the human species?
It's a great question. I firstly want to say that I am a channel for the Pleiadians, and I'm not a researcher, although I highly admire researchers, but I'm not a researcher. I'm a channel for the Pleiadians. Secondly, I need to add that I didn't have any secondary schooling because the Pleiadians kept me out of it. They put a wall of energy up in front of the school gates, and I wasn't allowed in. So, and for many years, I saw that as a negative thing. Now I see it as my savior, because it was only through them putting a wall of energy up in front of the school gates that allowed me, the only thing that allowed me to continue channeling the Pleiadians. So I didn't have a secondary education. I'm not an educated woman. I'm quite happy living on a farm in rags and channeling the Pleiadians. I'm not in it for this, for the money or fame or any of that.
I didn't say you were.
No, I'm just talking, David. So, okay, so we were created by gods who, for want of a better word, you could call ETs, both positive and negative. Our universe was created by, so the Big Bang, there was nothing. And then God, this is all in my understanding, and then God became, or consciousness became aware of itself, and then created sound. And then everything blooms from there. What gods were created, earths were made, earths were formed, stars were formed, the universe began to expand. Planets took on a density or life of their own. So life has had many stops and starts, and this is not even the first universe. You know, universes expand, contract, implode, or explode all the time. So, I mean, it's a really big question what you're asking. So, but I believe the Earth would have come first.
Can I ask a question, please, Carol?
To put it simply, I believe that the Earth would have come first, but the Earth has been manipulated in a positive way, where we have the soil, we have the trees for oxygen, we have the sun, everything is in position. We are ideal conditions, ideal environment that sustains us, and that is not by accident. That is by design. That's by design. So I hope that answers your question, David.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. April's got a question.
Hi. Hi, Carol. Nice to see you again. And thank you for sharing everything. It's fabulous. Okay, I'm concerned about the children and the future. Okay, so I would just like to ask you, have you been told anything about the children and about the help for parents, grandparents, because they are our future? So that's what I'd like to ask you. Have you been told anything about the children?
Good question, April.
Thank you, Dee.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to David, because all of our questions are important and valid, you know. So with the children, I've been shown that there are, I mean, are you talking about the underground children or?
No. What I believe we should be concerned with is the here, the now, the real, because that's what is in the process of change and a transmutation at the moment. So I'd just like to know if you've been told anything about our children on the planet, not underground children, not anybody abused or anything like that, or anything. The everyday families and children, because that is the future of this planet. Yeah. So have you been given any information about that?
Well, I've been given little inklings here and there. I do know that the children that are being born today are more advanced than we are, especially some of them. So they're more advanced, they are more psychic, they're more aware. They're definitely are star seeds that are far in advance of you and me and our abilities. And because we are in an evolutionary sphere, an evolutionary step, an evolutionary period where we are becoming the new humans. So that involves our children. You know, one thing
Totally.
I would say,
that's what's important.
Sorry, go on.
I just said totally. That's what's important. That's what I believe the focus now should be on the child and the education, everything. So I just wondered if you'd been given anything by, you know.
Yes, I have. Yeah. One thing I really want to share and stress is that the school system is diabolical. And please take your children out of school, because you know, once you understand that the school system is run by negative ET energy, I mean, to me that is just evil. There's an evilness there that is unforgivable. Please.
So you haven't actually been told anything specifically about the children, just that they are a new breed of child.
I'm just going to finish that point. So please take your children out of school, because it is an evilness that is unforgivable. And it's just unforgivable. You know, it's. I mean, I could go into that, but I won't.
Yeah, can I just say, Carol? Can I just say, parents have got other responsibilities. They go out to work and they have to earn a living, but the children, they put them in schools so that the schools will look after them.
But then we need to find another way. We need to find another solution.
So we need to set up like Rudolf Steiner schools.
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
But it costs money to send kids to private schools.
Yes, absolutely.
What we need to do, well, we have
private
to be
school are even worse.
We have to be hopeful that the parents now, they've got internet, and the children have got internet and so on.
No, we don't need to be hopeful about anything. We need to take charge for our children.
What we need to do is
a lot of parents are taking charge.
So
you know, those
what
who
I
are
feel
aware.
is that we need to do is that we need to take our kids, and I don't have children, but I feel that we need to take our kids out of school. If that is hard, and the parent is maybe a single parent and working their ass off to try and maintain, you know, their bills and everything, and look after the child. Then we need to create, I mean, this is coming back to communities. We need to create solutions where we are able to do that. If our grandparents or our neighbors or our parents, or we need to find solutions to.
You're asking parents to take their children.
Let me just finish. So we need to find solutions to set up the new systems. We need to set up the new systems. Forget the old system, forget the old energy, forget the old government, forget the old law. It's not working for us. It is not working for us. It is keeping us dumbed down. It is keeping us uneducated. It is teaching us lies and false truths of science, of history, of maths, of religion, of our origins, of who we are, where we came from, why we're here.
I can understand why April asked that question, because it's a very, very, very important question, and I couldn't think of a better question than what April put to you. And the reason why I say that, I got 6 grandchildren and 3 of them got autism. Now, to take the children out of school, which I understand why you're saying that, right? Don't get me wrong, I do understand where you're coming from. But you're asking parents to take their children out of school when parents can't even put their phone down to talk to their children. And don't tell me I'm wrong, because every mother I know or father, they spend more bloody time on their mobile phones than they do in talking to their children, and that's a fact. So if ever a step had to be taken, place, it's not supposed to about taking the children out of school. It's about parents realizing that technology is very good if it's used in the correct manner, and take charge of their children's education at home.
Absolutely agree with you, David. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So our subject is UFOs and so on.
It's everything.
So,
No,
I know, but
Danielle, you're wrong there. I'm sorry, you're wrong there. It's all connected. It is
connected, but we're coming to a break now. So if we can continue this, or people can have a break until 12 o'clock, and then we'll have Bruce Fenton, who's going to come on and talk about aliens and so on. So if we can carry on talking, or have a break and then come back at 12 o'clock. But
I'm so sorry for interrupting. It's a terrible habit. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And if you have any more questions, come and connect with me. My website is thepleiadianchild.com. And thank you, Danielle. Thank you for the questions.
Well, no, thank you, because you're full of energy, and that's what we need. We need people like you to have, I'm thinking, a different type of government. So we need people, good people, to set up parties and force the change. And because, like David, he keeps saying this, we are the many against just a handful of people.
Yeah, but if you talk to David Icke in private, he'll tell you exactly what April just said. His major concern, which he doesn't talk about much, is the children.
We are all concerned about the children, because if we're going to go into a deep depression now for the next 10 years, it'll be the kids who are going to take us out, because the kids, we know, they're very intelligent. If you see on YouTube what they can achieve, just young kids, what they say.
But why do you think the school system was invented in the first place? In order to control, dumb down
the poor people.
It's all about control. The whole world is all about control.
Well, yeah, but
we need to be the ones, you and me and April and David and all of us here. We are the ones that need to take control of our children and our kids and our future and our bodies and our minds and our brains.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree on that. I totally agree with you. But then if you look at the facts and the figures, and this is not negative, right? I am a very positive person, very positive, believe me. But if you look at the bigger picture, when you've got people in their millions across the world, or well, many millions now, taking a vaccine, and I'm not against the vaccine, don't get me wrong, that's people's choice. I understand that. But then when I say to people, well, I'm not having the vaccine, and the only reason why I'm not having it, there's many reasons, But the one reason why I'm not having it is because it hasn't been tried and tested. And nobody can tell me it has, because it hasn't. It was devised in 10 months and stuck in people's hands. And the people that's having it in their hands, they're the ones that's tried and tested it. So I'm going to wait until another 2 or 3 years to see how it pans out.
Yes, it's an experiment.
But they tell you that anyway. They tell you up front. And so everyone knows it is just being tried. They never said it's going to work.
Well, the flu vaccine had 10 years of research before it was put in people's hands. Did you know that?
Yeah, we all know that. But
Well,
some
you
people
haven't,
are
so-
scared, isn't it? Some people are just, they want to survive. So they think, well, that's
Of course they
just
do.
like
I
taking an
I
aspirin.
understand that. And that's why I say I'm not against people having vaccinations.
No, that's it's their choice.
My own daughter's had it recently because that was her choice. I don't
Yeah,
own,
it's
I don't own
people's
anybody.
choice.
That's
Yeah,
their own
no.
personal choice.
So, but coming away from vaccines and so on, anyone else with the experiences of UFOs or they've seen things recently? Anyone else with any downloads?
Which day do you want? Do you want yesterday or the day before?
Oh yeah, you had that really good story, David, about driving along the M4 or.
Well, yes. Well, when it comes to people that's been involved with aliens, as I know, you almost must have some experience of this, whereby you lose time and you gain time, and I've done that. Me and Linda, with other people as well. Thank goodness, I've gone through that a lot. So recently, we were traveling over the New Severn Bridge. And we were going to this place called Chipping Sodbury for a little visit. And we basically got over the bridge. We were going across along the M4 towards London, if you like. And all of a sudden, a police car went screaming past us on the outside lane. People were pulling in as well. And, you know, it was just chaos. But this car went screaming past us. And the traffic was coming to a halt. It hadn't stopped, but it was coming to a halt. All you could see was a massive traffic in front of you. Every lane was full. So I said to Linda, look on the sat-nav, Lynn, and see if there's a way we can come off the motorway and go in a different direction, a different route, if you like, towards Chipping Sodbury. So she leant down to the screen. But as you go near the screen, it changes, and it made Linda jump a bit. So I put my hand down to show her what to do. And then I looked directly up, and there was no traffic. There was a wagon a good quarter of a mile in front of me, and that was the only vehicle in front of me. And Linda looked up, and she said, "Oh my God, what happened to the traffic?" Now that is only a recent event. So when we traveled up the road, we didn't know where the hell we were until we found a sign to turn off. But we didn't gain time, mind, and we didn't lose time on this occasion because we got there according to what we should get to into this place on time. So that's the strange part about it. Pardon me. You all gone quiet. I can't hear a word you're saying. You're all on mute.
Yeah. Carol?
I'm here.
Oh, do you have any premonition? You know, do you have like this year or next year? Do you know, do you get any, do they tell you anything, what the future is going to be? I know we have to think about the children, we have to think about certain things, but I know the weather, I've been saying that to my husband, Frank, it doesn't look real. So where we are, it's we're in a lighthouse, you know, and it was so blowy, it was like a major fight going on. Even here, a major fight. So yeah, you're correct. But can you see what we can expect in the next sort of couple of years?
Well, it's a birthing process. We are in for some challenging times, in for some difficult weather, in for some storms, some very bad weather, food shortages, you know, so we need to stockpile and prepare.
But you see, Carol, how long is that going to last? Because food shortages, we can only grow so much food and we can only buy so much food. So how long is that going to last?
Well, we need to be coming out of the big cities. I don't have specific or exact dates, but I just feel that it's in the ethers. It's coming towards us. It's just a sense of I don't want to use the word dread, but there's a sense of within me personally of maybe I could use the word anxiety instead of dread, but I don't have specific dates, but I know it's coming, that there will be, you know, weather and food shortages. So we need to start moving out of the big cities and into small communities where growing our own food, having our own water supply is essential. Our own food and our own water supply, even if it's just potatoes and carrots and nettles, you know, the basics, the survival.
But Carol, not everyone can move out of the city. So maybe we should work on some sort of tablets that would give everyone all the vitamins and food, and, you know, like, so we would need to grow, because, you know, people not everyone's got a garden, not everyone can afford to move out into the countryside. So maybe you know, like you said, we're really powerful beings. Maybe we should just use our head, like you said, to manifest a better future.
Yeah, well,
so if we do that, all of us,
yeah,
then we can have that future.
Well, there's a few things there, you know, that I'd like that there are solutions to. You know, there are communities, that you can move to where you can volunteer and you can work in gardens, like Buddhist communities or retreat centers or spiritual communities or Buddhist centers or meditation centers or retreat centers or spiritual communities where you can move. If you don't have the money to buy your own place in the rural, beautiful countryside, you know,
I don't believe it's in the cities. You see, it's across the whole planet. It's not about being in a city or a village or whatever. It's about you and how you cope with it and how you deal with it.
Well, there's several things going on, David. So, I mean, everything is connected. There are several things going on, and it is like looking at a clock system where you've got all these dials spinning at the same time, and they're all connected. So, but it is about coming out of the big cities. Absolutely, it's about coming out of the
if that was the only answer, it's never going to happen.
No, it's not the only answer, but it's one of them. It's one of the solutions.
Can you imagine millions of people wanted to go and live in the country? First of all, they couldn't afford the mortgage, and they wouldn't want to move because of work that they had in the cities.
No, so, I think myself, the real solution is to stop being fearful, to live in a nice sort of space in the head.
Exactly.
Then we can manifest the new earth. So we don't have to move out into the countryside.
No, it's not about
we can
moving,
stay where we are, but stay. Yes, use the mind, because we are very powerful in there. So use the mind to manifest the new.
It's like saying you can only talk to God if you go to a church.
No. You can talk to God.
No, I say it's like, no, not you. I'm saying that to move out of the cities, it's like saying the only way that we can talk to God is go to a church.
Yeah, because that's what they've been telling us anyway. But you know, we've got a new world now. So the new world is us. We are the powerful ones.
I think you're missing the point, David, because I mean, you can talk to God anyway. You can be in the supermarket, you can be in the bathroom, you can be in the toilet, you can be in the shower, you can be in the kitchen. But what I'm saying is that we need to come away from the lies that we've been told, that we've been indoctrinated with, that start in the school system. They
I
start
can
in
understand. I can understand that what
come
you're
away
saying,
from the
the
big
perfect
cities
world, but we don't
and
live in a
start
perfect world.
our own small communities, growing our own veg, having our own water supply.
I did for 8 years.
That's where their power is. Their power is in the food supply, is in the water supply, is in the medicine, in the big pharma supply. So when we get those three crucial things in our lap, where I mean, I don't have the money to move to a beautiful rural cottage any more than you do, but I have options. I can move to a retreat center. I can move to a Buddhist center. I can move to a
Everybody got the
shamanic
choice. I
center.
totally agree with you.
I can volunteer somewhere where I can help to grow a small community. I can help to plant seeds and grow potatoes and grow carrots. I have options.
Yeah, I've done that for 8 years, so I know that.
We have, what I'm saying is really is that we have options.
Yeah, everybody got the choice. Yeah, everybody got the choice to say yes or no. We've said this many times, you know, and I don't disagree with you about the theory of moving out of a city. I know where you're coming from. You're saying get people out where they can start to think for themselves a bit more. I know where you're coming
from. In communities.
Yeah,
so,
I understand
so
that.
Maybe someone down the road has a piece of land where they have a little bit of land where they wouldn't mind if you or Joe Blogs down the road wants to come and grow potatoes or vegetables or carrots. They wouldn't mind if Hillary wants to.
Can we just quit this talk about? We keep within the field of what's happening right now. I know we can move into the city from the cities into the countryside. But as we said, not everyone can do that. Not everyone can go and join a community. Not everyone can go and join a retreat place. You have to be, I don't know, eccentric to do that. But I think we need us to be the powerful individual rather than join, you know, this. Because if you go join a Buddhist center, you have to follow their principles. If you go join an Indian community, then you have to follow their religion. You know, that's not it. That's not it. So we need to find our own religion, which is us. We're the powerful ones. So can we have a break now? Because we just have a break and then come back at 12 o'clock. Okay. So I'm just gonna thank you ever so much. Carol, thank you very much for your passion. We all need to be, get them out of our society, get those hybrids, not hybrids, the reptilians. That's what we need.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you. Keep come back at 11 o'clock, everyone. Okay, so I'm just to carry on. You can just carry on chatting. Yeah, anyone, you can just carry on. You can carry on chatting, okay? If you want to, John, if you want to carry on, or Brian, if you want to carry on chatting, fine. Okay, okay, I'll see you at
my take on recordings in progress. I'm a member of the SPR, the Society for Psychical Research, which was formed in 1882 by a number of scientists, investigators, to look at any evidence for survival of the human personality. Is mind separate from brain, really? And they have, over the course of the last 100 years, a huge archive of phenomena, case studies of survival. Sorry, Daniel.
I'm just doing a speaker view so that people can see you.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know why Annabelle Chalk is there. I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm here.
No, it's just that you are on the main screen. I'm not sure why.
Oh, right, okay.
So I don't really know
maybe you pinned me or something.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know how to unpin you then.
Oh, right, okay. You right click and it will come up with an unpin option.
On you?
Yes, on me.
Where is that going to be?
Well, you go on my picture.
Yeah.
And you right click. Do you have a mouse or do you have
a mouse?
And then there will be an option to unpin. There should be.
Annabelle, you're on the main gallery. You're not in the center of anybody's screen, I don't think.
Oh, right.
You're in the gallery. Yeah. So I click on the speaker view, and Annabelle comes on. Oh well, never mind.
Oh no.
Bruce, are you there, Bruce? Okay. Oh, sorry. Carry on, Frank.
Carry on talking, Mr. Sheehan.
Yeah, it's. I don't know why people are.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Bruce.
Oh, Bruce, well done.
Sorry, I think I'm a bit confused because I saw there was you had a list of speakers on a Cardiff website. I don't know what it was about, and on there it had me as half one, so it confused me.
Oh no, sorry. Can you put your
the
camera on,
lineup
please?
changed,
Can you put your camera on?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm just going to quickly move the table a bit closer to my backdrop. Yeah, sorry. I think because you probably changed the lineup before.
Yeah, I did. I
wrong
did
list.
send out an email. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. Let me 2 seconds. I'll just set up. Just one moment. Excuse me. I'll very quickly say, obviously, anyone who's not familiar with me, I am a long-term researcher of anomalous phenomena. I'm also known for having been on the Science Channel's Unexplained Files and History Channel's Ancient Aliens. Got a couple of books that I've done. Bear with me, you'll see my face at my ugly mug in a minute. Let me just click on camera. Okay, right. There you go. So,
hi, Bruce.
Yeah, so possibly you've seen the TV. If anyone watches Ancient Aliens, you may have seen me on there, wobbling on about strange things in the past. I think they've had me on about 8 episodes so far. So from seasons 15 and 16. So that was kind of an interesting experience. Obviously, it's a very speculative show, and we're going to be going into an Ancient Aliens topic today. So, but obviously my research is a bit more what I would call intense, a bit more serious. Obviously TV is entertainment at the end of the day. I will say the Unexplained Files that I did. If anyone's familiar with that show, I did the Giants of Georgia, and while again it is just entertainment, the actual experience was crazy. We had to hike up into the Georgian Caucasus mountains to go and find giant bones in an ancient ruin. And I'll tell you what, it was the most grueling hike of my life. And they definitely got you to work for your pay with that one. That was a really interesting experience. Saw all kinds of very strange things in that mountain. And one day I will write that up, because I suspect that up in those mountains in the Caucasus, I think there is a lost civilization, you know, particularly tunnel networks. I saw evidence of certainly filled in tunnels that were made of a kind of a bone concrete. And that sounds really odd. It's as strange as it sounds. There was a material that was made out of what looked like melted bone and rock joined together by unknown means, that seemed to be parts of ancient constructions. So if you ever see the episode Giants of Georgia, you'll just see us going up and looking for giant bones, but we saw a lot of other stuff up there that never made the cut on the show for one reason or another. So anyway, so that's a little bit about me, my background. And today I'm going to do a bit of a deep dive into what is my current favorite topic, which is evidence that this planet was visited in remote prehistory, and that not only visited, but that there is what I call tantalizing evidence that we were, ancestors, hominin ancestors were modified, and that there's, an entire lost history of our species. Now, we're talking about a very long time ago. We're not dealing with what we'd call the classical ancient aliens model, where usually we are addressing, 5,000 to 12,000 years ago. This idea of lost sort of evidence of either lost civilizations or visitation during the historic period of humanity, i.e., that we have ruins, engravings, this kind of evidence that Eric von Daniken and others have kind of pointed to, which is normally what Ancient Aliens focuses on, right? Now, I go back a lot further than that. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of years ago, to the beginning of Sapiens. Now, there's not any buildings that you can point to at that time. There's not any ancient tablets. There's nothing like that. So we're going to go into some technical DNA information and also some physical evidence, which I suggest is remnants of a craft. So let me backtrack a bit to how I got into this particular what I call case. Now, going back about to 2013, I was working on a research project in Ecuador, and there another team had found a ruin in the jungles of what's called the Yanganatis, which is a particularly wild and dangerous part of the Ecuadorian Amazon. And a group of explorers had found megalithic constructions deep in the jungle. And I was fortunate enough to be in what you call a synchronous meeting with a local shaman who was also at that time meeting with members of this team about a separate thing. And they brought up this recent discovery. Now, I must have been the only person, in 1,000 miles who would have been an ancient mysteries researcher, let alone an English speaking one. So it was definitely what I would say orchestrated from beyond, very strange. So they explained that, they'd found what appeared to be giant hammers and all kinds of artifacts at this site. They called it a city of giants. Now, over the next couple of years, I ended up kind of exploring the site, going to the site a couple of times, investigating, taking images, doing some research to find out who could have built this site. And what eventually led me to was the possibility that this traced back to a group of people called the Lagoa Santa, and they are a mysterious early human population of the Americas that go back 50,000, 60,000 years, particularly down in Brazil at Lagoa Santa. Australian Aboriginal people in South America, so that came up then as this big mystery. It's like these people seem to be Aboriginal type people. They obviously were the first Americans looking at the evidence that's available. And I came to this sort of thought of, well, hang on a minute, how can this be? How can we have Aboriginal people from Australia basically down in South America 50,000 years ago? This doesn't stack up with the stories that, we've learned at school with out of Africa and all the rest of it. So this led me to a connection with some Australian researchers called Stephen and Evan Strong, who I don't know if some of you may have encountered their work online. They have a website, Forgotten Origins. And I wrote a book, I've written up a book on all that work. But that led me into a side story, which is the experiences of an elder called Jerry Bostock and a experiencer contactee called Valerie Barrow, who were known to Stephen and Evan, but not known to me at the time. They kind of connected me with this account of an alien contactee type experience, except not a typical one. So not an abduction, not a UFO, you know, hovering over the house, sharing information, you know, these kind of things we hear about. Rather that there'd been an artifact involved in their case, you know, a very ancient, mysterious artifact. So what happens? I'm going to tell this tale from the perspective of Jerry Bostock. Now, Jerry Bostock was a very respected elder. He was also a founder of I believe, a film production company in Australia, an Aboriginal theatre group, and known as an international healer, particularly a crystal healer, traveled the world, you know, to performing miraculous healings. He's unfortunately has passed on. But Jerry was traveling along in a car with a friend of Valerie's one day when she mentioned that, you know, she had this friend that lived in a house called Al-Charinga. And Al-Charinga is an Aboriginal term for essentially what we think of in, you know, Western culture as the dream time, right? So he was obviously intrigued by this, that she had this kind of, you know, white Australian friend who has this house called Al-Charinga, and said, you know, he felt that he wanted to go and see it. So he says, you know, take me there, you know, I need to go there. So they drive along up this road, drive up to the house, you know, and as they go in, you know, he gets a sense that there's something there. Valerie, you know, happy to meet him, has never met an Aboriginal person, you know, even Australia obviously is a very kind of segregated society still to this day. She had never actually interacted with any Aboriginal people. So she was quite amazed that this elder turns up at her house, because she has just recently come into possession of an ancient Aboriginal artifact called a Charinga. Now, a Charinga is, if you look at what's been shared of them, and they're very secretive, you know, these are very special objects. So we will probably never know all the details because a lot of it's secret lore, but they are artifacts that are considered to have been left here during the dream time, which is the creation time, when humans were created, some of the animals were created, aspects of the landscape were created by a range of spirits, aliens, you know, otherworldly beings, gods. You know, there's this obviously a mountain of dreaming stories about these creation times. So these Charinga stones are said to have been some of these spirit beings transformed themselves into a form that would persist throughout time, and that they are, in that sense, a living artifact that holds a record of this planet's history and is able to communicate, right? This is, again, you know, you can look this up in the sort of the anthropological papers. There's quite a lot on Charingas and the beliefs about them. Now, this obviously sounds like an artifact left by aliens. You know, from our kind of Western perspective, we'd say, okay, what kind of beings are we talking about here? Sounds a lot like, you know, alien beings. So she has this thing in a box. It's wrapped up in paper bark and in a box. She's been asked to temporarily look after it by a friend who's trying to get it back to the Aboriginal custodians, who are a tribe that live up around Uluru. And there's a number of nations around Uluru who have a history involving Charingas. You know, again, there's lots of different nations across Australia. So particularly around that area, around Uluru, is where we get all of this mythology and lore about the Charingas. So they're in the process of getting it back. And now, you know, an elder's turned up at her house, you know, so things are obviously getting pretty weird at this point. She's been asked to look after this artifact. Now an elder's appeared at her house. He's picked up on this object, and she says, you know, I know I know you sort of know I've got this thing here. It's in a box, you know, I haven't done it for this, it's just in a back room. And he says to her, you know, well, this is men's business, because in the culture there, a Charinga would only ever be in the possession of a male, what they call a clever fella, which is like a shaman, right? And that there's a lot of, you know, special rules and, you know, around how these are handled and how they're protected. So this would only ever have been kept away in a cave somewhere, brought out occasionally by these clever fellas during a ceremony or during a particularly, you know, sensitive rite of passage for young people. No one else would ever touch them, and particularly it's forbidden for women to touch them. So obviously, you know, he kind of says, you know, it's men's business. They have a conversation about it. She actually offers him, says, do you want to see it? You know, do you want to take it? He's like, no way, no, because he knows that these things are power objects, and that when they come into your life, they come into your world, they're going to destabilize things. That you're going to open up a door, and you know there's something important about their appearances. For it to be this lady's house, he knows there's something, you know, incredible or important is going to happen with it. So he's very wary of it. But he suggests to her, says, well, what I think we should do though is we need to go to a place called Gosford, where there's some very interesting glyphs on a set of walls at an Aboriginal sacred site. And when we're there, you know, I feel that, you know, perhaps something will happen. So they make an arrangement and they take this artifact, you know, they meet up at Gosford, which is a little town on the coast down, a little bit south of Sydney, where you've got what's called Broken Bay. There's the waters come in from obviously from the coast, and you've got a kind of inland saltwater lake. And you've got a small site up in the forest, and I've been to this site, where you've got kind of a rocky outcrop, which is used as an initiation site, both for one part of it for men, one part of it for women, because in Aboriginal society, your sacred rituals are segregated. As people may know, that there is women's sacred business and men's sacred business, and it's kept separate. But this site has both. Also, this is the point where there is also a story that Egyptians once reached Australia, and at this site there's Egyptian glyphs carved into some of the rocks, and it's said that these Egyptians became marooned in Australia, that they wrote their story on the walls there, and that's been interpreted by Egyptologists as saying something along the lines of two princes that came to Australia that were marooned, that one of them was bitten by a snake twice and died and is buried at Gosford, and the others remained, you know, in Australia. And there's a whole passage about that. On one of the other walls, there are symbols that do not appear to be just Egyptian. There's some very strange symbols that are not been able to be interpreted by anyone at this point. Now, they have this, at this site, they have this very strange experience. They find that they are sensing a change in the energy around the site. And in fact, they start to see the landscape change, that there's more trees, it's more tropical, and that they have this full-on slip, like a time slip, where they're no longer in the present. They're at a much earlier time when this forest is really dense tropical forest. And they look down from this rocky outcrop down to the bay below, and what they see is a flying saucer crashed into the water and another one hovering above, picking people from the water, as well as dolphins that have come in and are pushing beings to the beach. Very strange. You can imagine one minute you're just there at a normal site, the next thing you're seeing all this. They also look at themselves and they realize that they no longer look like human beings themselves. They're not normal human beings. They look like humanoids, but they're very tall with elongated heads, and their skin color has changed, and that they start to realize that they are connected to these events that they're seeing down there. So there's Jerry, Valerie, and another friend of theirs that's present. The three of them that are experiencing this. And they also realize that they are related to each other. Jerry realizes that in that, what they understand to be a past incarnation, that he was actually married to the other lady that's there, not Valerie, but the friend. And Valerie remembers being the wife of the captain of the ship, of this main mothership that's come to Earth and that has been destroyed. And that these are the survivors, that what they're seeing now on the beach are the survivors of these events, this crashed saucer, others, beings on the beach. So a very strange tale, of course, absolutely, like many of these stories, that from flying saucers and ancient aliens and all of that, a lot of it, you think, well, okay, what do we do with this? Because we hear these accounts and we know that people have extremely strange experiences. There's many accounts of time slips, many accounts of past lives, lots of accounts of flying saucers and crashes. And so this has got a lot of those elements, where often we find that we can either take it or leave it, right? We get these stories where we can either take it or leave it. Someone tells us they have all of these remarkable experiences, and we either feel it's true and we decide to accept it, or we were very skeptical and we think, well, what can we do with that then? Now, I had my own reasons to suspect that this account was accurate from some experiences I'd had in my own life years before this, particularly what I would call a past life memory, a flash of being on a craft coming to Earth from, a larger craft that had exploded, and being on a saucer craft coming to Earth that was being pursued, and that there'd been this massive destruction event. So when I was made familiar to this case, obviously, I was hugely intrigued. I thought, well, this starts sounding an awful lot like what I'd seen in this visionary flash of an event, long ago. So is this the explanation for why I've had this strange event, which was all the way back in 2001? So many years before, I'd forgotten about it more or less. And then, here I am hearing this account, which meshes with it very well. So I thought, well, if this is real, can we do anything to substantiate it as being real? Is what Jerry is seeing and what, Valerie's experiencing, is this something where, you know, they're giving us information that we can then go away and find the science, you know, that would support this, because we've all, I imagine, all heard stories about the possibility humans were modified, you know, engineered by aliens, you know, or there's been interventions, and, you know, these stories go round and round. You know, we have them from, whether from Eric von Daniken or from Lloyd Pye, and all sorts of researchers over the years, you know, Sitchin and all the rest have tackled this. You know, it's by no means a new, you know, story. But all of those also share the problem that there's not much tangible evidence that we can bring to bear. So it ends up being, you know, largely what we prefer to believe. Now, in this case particularly, there was a few things that stood out to me, is that we might be able to actually, you know, look at and see whether or not this was real. One of them was that with the description of this ship, we're told that they were given the information that there was this vast mothership, this, you know, miles across, an enormous mothership, a crystalline vessel that was grown on an alien world and traveled to here through a wormhole. You know, so not a kind of a craft that we would be familiar with our technologies, not a metallic rocket ship or something like that. You know, a living crystalline vessel with its own AI consciousness that controls the vessel, something, you know, hyper advanced beyond our current technologies, even direction. Now, looking at that, I thought, well, if we had this vast craft destroyed in orbit, we're told again in this information they shared that, you know, material melted and rained down across the surface of the planet. So I'm thinking, well, if that's really the case, could we find some of that material that's rained down across the planet? I mean, is that possible? You know, even though we're dealing with events going back, I mean, she felt towards, you know, maybe as far back as 900,000 years, that she's, you know, really distantly far back. That would there be the possibility that this could be something we could dig up the evidence? Now, I went away and looked through the sort of geologic papers, thinking, well, what I'm looking for really is some kind of melted silica, you know, that would be anomalous in some way, and that would be spread across particularly Australia, but, you know, perhaps further afield. And I tell you what, I was amazed, because, you know, I thought, as an ancient mysteries researcher for, you know, 25 years, I think I have a pretty good overview of, you know, mysteries around the planet, you know, strange phenomena and all the rest of it. But what I found is there is a 160-year-long mystery about a material called australite tektite. Now, I don't know if anyone's familiar with australite tektite. You might be more familiar with moldavite, which is, moldavite is a tektite, a beautiful green gem. You know, it's called the only gemstone that's extraterrestrial, it's considered, because it's, you know, people make jewelry from it, and also a lot of people claim to have extraordinary experiences when they hold moldavite. You know, they feel transported even to space or to alien worlds and all sorts of stuff. You know, very powerful stone. Well, australite is similar. They both have this anomalous aspect to how they formed and a connection to outer space. So australite is somewhat different in that this is spread across a vast region. In fact, it's spread all the way from southern China down through Australasia and ends in Antarctica. So you think about that, that's a vast area. In fact, it covers about 20% of the planet's surface. There's nothing like it. You can look at impact sites around the world, you know, where material's been thrown up and all the rest. You don't find anything on this scale. Indeed, moldavite is quite limited to, you know, a region, you know, what they call Moldavia, basically, is what Moldavite. You have this fairly limited distribution over, I think it's over about 1,000 kilometers or so, right? So this instead is a region stretching 10,000 kilometers. The first ever writings on it were by Charles Darwin. And in fact, he had a piece given to him when he was in Australia, and he wrote a paper about moldavite suggesting it was volcanic. And then for the next 160 years, there's been a raging debate over how this stuff formed and how it ended up spread across 10,000 kilometers, because no one can quite fathom it. Say, well, look, if it's from an impact, it should only travel about 400 kilometers and then fall down. You know, the maximum's 1,000. So even with the conventional sciences, you know, they've been struggling with this for 160 years. The current best estimate is it must be some kind of impact, but we just don't understand how the material is being thrown up, you know, into space, come back down. And so there's an ongoing debate. But anyway, from my perspective, I was like, well, hang on a minute. So we have a mysterious melted silica material, which has rained down not only across Australia, but all the way, you know, from Antarctica to southern China. There's a massive mystery around it, and it dates to 780,000 years ago, right into the period that, you know, that these events are said to have happened. And in fact, that's even what was particularly intriguing to me is I've written a book already about human origins, and I know that the human, what we call the Homo sapien, really begins to emerge around about 800,000 years ago. In terms of the genetics, if we look at the splits, it used to be up until a few years ago that we thought that Homo sapiens was only perhaps 200 to 300,000 years old, and that we'd split away from Neanderthals around about 400-ish thousand years ago. And then that all shifted after we discovered a group of hominins called the Denisovans, who are a cousin species like the Neanderthals. And when we sequenced their genome, we realized that in fact, they were closer related to Neanderthals, and that the two had broken away from our distant ancestors somewhere in the region of 550 to 800,000 years ago. And as we've progressed with that study, that's begun to hone in closer and closer on the period around about 700 to 800,000 years ago, that this beginning of this split of all the large-brained humans begins. Now, I consider Denisovans, Neanderthals, and us to all be Homo sapiens. We're all subspecies of Homo sapiens, the wise man. We all have the large brain. We could all create art, you know, advanced kind of, you know, technology like fire and tools. We had all of that. We were not like the other hominins, you know, the Homo erectus, and we have some of these others that are being found now, the little people, the Homo floresiensis up in Indonesia, these tiny people. There's a lot of others out there, but we are kind of unique in having the genetics for these big brains. So we know that that's happening at the time. So when you find that there's also an enormous object has broken up in orbit around the planet right at the moment that our large brains comes about, that's of course intriguing too, because in this event that Jerry and Valerie went through, they are shown and told that there has been an intervention event, that, you know, after the destruction of this craft in space, that survivors have come, these survivors that are left on the planet, that they had plans initially to essentially to kind of colonize or reclaim this planet to an alliance that existed out there in the cosmos, and the Earth was meant to be returned to them, and instead there'd been a betrayal, a destruction of the ship and these marooned survivors. So what they did is decided instead, well, we can't really colonize the planet. We've lost the mothership. We've lost most of our technologies. And we can't do the genetic engineering of ourselves, which was the plan, to modify themselves to be able to live here, which again is actually what we're looking at doing now, to modify astronauts to go to Mars and stuff. So this is the direction we're going. So they would modify themselves to live on a planet. They can't do that. Instead, that they are dying. They can't handle the radiation from the sun. They can't properly breathe the air. They can't really even drink the water because of the bacteria. They have all these problems, and, you know, one by one, these survivors are dying off. They decide that what they can do is upgrade, modify the existing hominin, who they say is itself a creation of another extraterrestrial group, what we know as the reptilians, which, you know, come up again and again, not only in UFO encounters and all that, but also in ancient lore. Cultures all around the world will have stories of reptilians, particularly as being an underground species that lives in cavern areas under this planet. This is what we're told in this account as well. So they decide that they will take some examples of these hominins and they will modify their genomes and give them a somewhat similar likeness to themselves. And again, of course, that suggests that some of the narratives we hear in, you know, religious stories, you know, that beings that came and made us in their image, you know, that of course meshes with that. And they create this upgraded hominin. Now, it's not without flaws, and it's not without failings. You know, this isn't a perfect creation because they have lost the bulk of their technologies. They have what's come down to the surface with them, which isn't an awful lot. So they've cobbled together a lab and they've managed to do this basic re-engineering. And what they end up with is some initial failures. I mean, there are beings born which do not survive, you know, and there's some horrific initial creations. And again, this is, if you think about it, I mean, this is reality. I mean, it's nice to think that everything happens perfect and, you know, first time you get it right. But again, this is how, as if we were, you can imagine if when we do experiments, sometimes they don't work. So if you haven't got enough equipment, sometimes it doesn't work. But after a while, they manage to get, you know, results where they have a being which is closer to them, but also is fully able to, you know, live, thrive, inhabit this planet, and that he's an upgrade, let's say an upgraded or certainly modified and more intelligent form of hominin. And so this takes time, obviously over generations to perfect, but they take some time. So initially they have this working kind of, you say, a prototype Homo sapiens. It wouldn't be exactly like us today. Obviously evolution continues on for hundreds of thousands of years. But what else happens at this time? We have some really interesting things that are going on. So we now have this evidence of materials that associate with a giant object that has exploded in space 780,000 years ago. We have evidence that humans, you know, Homo sapiens, are emerging around this time. And indeed, I'm not sure whether anyone will be too familiar with this, but there's the fusion of chromosome 2, which has been investigated in the past by certainly researchers like Lloyd Pye, and I think Ancient Aliens has covered it a couple of times, if anyone sort of follows their shows. We have this anomalous fusion of 2 chromosomes in human beings. This also seems to date back to that same point. You know, there's a British biologist who has done some really great work on trying to pinpoint when these 2 chromosomes fused, and he came to the conclusion it was somewhere close to 750,000 years ago. Basically at the beginning of the split between Denisovans, Neanderthals and us, because it appears in all 3 species or subspecies. So we know that that is crucial to all of these large brained hominins. And when we look closer at that fusion, we find that there is some deletions of information and additions of information that occur at the same time. A lot of them are crucial to brain development, to the reproductive system, to the immune system. There's also changes that have occurred in brain development in other areas of the genome. I'm not going to be too technical, but basically we have one gene, I think RGAP, which appears, they say it appears out of the non-coding, which used to be called junk DNA, appears out of the non-coding DNA fully formed, and is crucial to our brain development, to the neocortex. And then we have another gene, which to do with the brain development, which is described as appearing to be like a snip from a longer gene sequence that has been cut, copied, and put back in. And in fact, in the article discussed it, they even say it's almost like it's been Xeroxed and put back in. So when you see mainstream academics talking in those terms, you know, you have to wonder, aren't they themselves thinking this looks awfully a lot like genetic engineering? But none of them are going to say it. But when you see them say, you know, it looks like it's been Xeroxed, put back in. And another one, you know, talking about genes that appear out of nowhere, out of the mess of non-coding DNA, just appear and do these wonderful functions for our brain. So I believe the academics, at least some of them, they see that there's some very, very strange changes in our genome around 780,000 years ago, in that period, that are formative to Homo sapiens. We have also what's called human accelerated regions. Now, and these are particularly interesting. Again, people can go and look this up. Anything I'm saying, you know, you'll find there's either articles or technical papers that detail this. And I don't want to labor the point, because I realize that some of it is quite intensive. So I'm going to give one example of a human accelerated region. Now, they're across the genome in what's called, the non-coding DNA. We now know that non-coding DNA is not junk, and that's why they don't call it junk anymore, because a lot of that code actually controls the way our actual genes function. So to what degree your genes will express. So if you have a gene for long arms, or something, you know, you can modify how that gene works to make those arms shorter, you know, or bigger. You know, there's things that can be done to change gene function. So what we see in this code are these regulators of expression. And in a number of them, in fact, hundreds of them now, they have found what's called human accelerated regions, stretches of code that seem to have been somehow accelerated in their normal evolutionary changes, and not just slightly. The first one that I find is always a really good example is HAR1, the first one of these that was discovered. And this is just a few years ago. This is very cutting edge. They looked at a stretch of code that's just 118 DNA letters long. Now, that's very short in terms of a gene or something. So it's a very short segment. Now, they cross-referenced with chickens, chimpanzees, and human beings, looking at this same segment. And what they found was that between the chicken and the chimpanzee, there had been 2 letters that had changed in the 300 million years that chickens have evolved separate to chimpanzees from a shared ancestor. So you think about that, that's incredibly stable, that you only get 2 mutations, one every 150 million years, right? So that stretch of code is doing something very important, something that if there's a mutation, the organism nearly always either dies or it cannot reproduce. So it's something very severe if there's a mutation on that code. So now we take the chimpanzee and the human, who have only had about 7 million years, it's believed, 7 to 10 million years of distinct evolutionary, progress. They should be identical. And that was the understanding, that we would look at that stretch of code and we would find that they were identical. And instead, what they found is 18 letters had changed. Now you think about that. So 2 changed in 300 million years. And then now we have 7 million years, and in the humans, 18 letters had changed. They ran all their, they ran all the sort of created software to work out the chances of this, investigate how it happened. And they came to the conclusion that there was essentially a 0% chance of that happening by any understood natural evolutionary process. So you sort of think, well, what does that leave you with then? Because if it's not happening by any known evolutionary processes, what the heck is going on there? And we now know there's hundreds of these. I think they've got about 300 or so that they've found so far. And again, when we talk about evolution, we're supposed to be talking about random events, random mutation shaped by the way we engage with our environment, to give us these benefits, a slow process that, gradual changes. So you expect these mutations to be random throughout the system. So, you get changes in your leg genes, changes in your genes for your kidneys, change, random is random, right? So when we look at these peculiar HARs, they are not random. In fact, the majority that have been found so far are to do with fetal development of the brain. Nearly all of them to do with fetal development of the brain. So a change in the way the brain develops during the fetal stages. You think about that. We're told in this other material that these beings that have come here, they've been experimenting on the fetuses. They've been changing the way the fetus develops in these labs, taking these fetus, modifying them, and then putting them back into, a human mother, and in some cases we're told even into an alien mother, and that they give birth to these modified children. And now here we are finding there are hundreds of anomalous changes in fetal development of the human brain. Exactly what we would expect if this lab experiment was real. Exactly what we would expect to find. So we have the fusion of the chromosome 2, anomalous changes around that. We have these genes that are appearing out of nowhere. And now we have these human accelerated regions, hundreds of them, that are to do with the modifying of the human brain. Now, I'll be honest, when I found that on top of this australite tech type material, I was blown away, because even though I'll be honest and say, I thought that this was a genuine case. I thought, that what this artifact or this contact, had provided to Jerry and Valerie, I thought it was, I thought it was real. But like most people, I understand that in nearly every single contact case, nearly every single channeling, all these experiences, it's so rare to be able to get information that you can go away and validate. It's nearly always take it or leave it. Believe it if you want to, if it feels good for you, which is fine. But I like to have something where you can say to somebody, but look, this thing here, physical evidence, mate, you prove it away, instead of just being able to dismiss it and say, well, I don't believe your source. In this case, we were able to get the solid evidence that supports what they were told. The other thing that was interesting in the third part of this, which was evidence of something real, is they were told that 5 years in this experience, they were, they retained their information, their memories from having lived in that life. So they began to know a lot of what happened directly. They began to remember it. So they were aware that 5 years after the destruction of this mothership, which is said to have come through a wormhole from the Pleiades, but was populated by beings from multiple star systems who were on board. It was a collaborative mission by an alliance of worlds that are out there in the cosmos. That they were told that after the destruction of this ship, 5 years later, Another mission is sent from this alliance, and this is a different race of beings. They're a leonine humanoid race, and that they arrive here, and they're more of a warrior race. They turn up and they make contact with the reptilians and say, right, you've destroyed a peaceful missionary ship from the alliance. You leave the planet now, or we begin bombardment of your bases. And so there's a conversations had. Most of these reptilians leave the planet. They go through a wormhole to Orion, which seems to be one of their controlled systems. So they leave the planet, but not all of them. Some of them remain. And so the Leonines say, right, well, that's it. Bombardment begins. And what they do is they pull in asteroids from the asteroid belt, and they bombard these down at sites where they know there's underground bases. Now, this is cataclysmic attack. And as they say in this, they say, they were told that we can split a planet. And this is information sort of given to Valerie and Jerry, is that, if we want to, we can send down objects big enough to split a planet. That makes your, nuclear weapons look like pea shooters. So they target these bases across the world, and they, absolutely pummel them. We know from, well, very, very recently that this isn't, fantasy, because I thought to myself, well, look, if this was real, we would have heard of it. Where's the Nat Geo special on, the Great Bombardment 780,000 years ago? You'd think it's such a powerful event that we'd all know about it. We'd have heard of it. And the same we have about the dinosaurs being, hit by a giant asteroid and take to extinction, right? So I'm thinking, well, if this is real, it should be out there. So again, I go through the geological papers, look through the information, see if there's anything about that. Turns out that just in 2016, so 2016, there is a German geological study which found that the planet was hit from multiple sides by asteroids, right back in 780,000 years ago. Well, at that point, I'm like, well, hang on a minute, this is a bit much, because if this is just a story, what's the chances you can find the debris from an exploded crystalline object that was orbiting the planet, the anomalies in the human genome that produce Homo sapiens, and now it turns out that, yes, the planet was bombarded from all sides by asteroids. And it gets sort of strange. I mean, they don't really clarify something. They recognize that, yes, there's been a hit down in Tasmania. There was a hit in Central America. There's another one up in Asia. I think there's about 4 that they found. And they said, the first thing you think is, well, okay, could there have been a singular large asteroid? If you're looking for a conventional explanation, a singular large asteroid that broke up and pieces of it hit the planet, right? That would be the conventional way to explain this away. But they actually say, look, no, it can't be that, because when they tested the materials at the impact sites, it's chemically different. So they said these are separate asteroids that are all hitting the planet at the same time from different directions. This is unprecedented. The last time anything like that happened would have been in what we call the late heavy bombardment, which is the formative period for Earth, the first 100 million years or so, when this solar system was chaotic with debris and pieces of planets hitting each other and, the forming of the planets. We don't see things like that again. We don't see asteroids coming in from all sides hitting planets at the same time, right? This is something extraordinary. So we now have the 3 biggest claims in this kind of, contact, download, whatever you want to call it. We have the 3 biggest claims being scientifically validated, that we now know, yes, what they say about this bombardment's real, what they say about this exploding craft looks real, and this genetic engineering looks real. So, this is, I just don't, I don't know of any other case in the history of, ancient aliens, ufology, whatever you want to call it, where we have had such solid, absolutely solid evidence to show that this is real. So you think, well, if I can fathom this out, again, I admit, with help, if it hadn't been for that contact that Jerry and Valerie had, I wouldn't have been looking for this information. So, obviously I'd help, but it does make me think, if I can fathom this out, are we really meant to believe that nobody in the halls of power know this? That's a struggle for me, because I think there's no way that they don't know this. And why is it we don't see a National Geographic show talking about 780,000 years ago, the year that changed the world, a year of bombardments, and in fact, the last geomagnetic shift of our planet was 780,000 years ago, just to throw that in there. So we've got a shift of the planet's fields, multi-directional bombardment, a rain of crystalline debris, and the beginnings of Homo sapiens. Where's the Nat Geo special? Where's all this talk of this amazing period? Why isn't it there? Why is it? Is there somebody that would like us to not focus on that period, perhaps? And if you look out there, there's also, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but many years ago, Linda Moulton Howe, the well-known UFO researcher and alien researcher and all the rest of it, she actually had an experience where she went to a US military base and was shown documents. And amongst the documents she was shown, it was supposed to be for a TV documentary, which later on the military basically pulled out and said they wouldn't collaborate. But she was shown a number of documents, and one of these, it referred to something called Project Garnet. And she said it stuck out to her because her birthstone was a garnet. So she said it kind of stuck out from all this papers. And she looked at it and it talked about, it said that Project Garnet was an endeavor to find out about the origins of humans. And it said in that they completed the study and they found that Homo sapiens were created from an already evolving hominin lineage by an extraterrestrial intervention in the remote prehistory where they genetically engineered us, and that had already been conclusively found and understood by the deep state. They knew all of that. So I think that we are reaching to a point now where there is going to be, this information is bubbling up on the one side, but if we look at where the kind of, let's say, the powers that be in the deep state are going, they're not talking about anything like that. We're seeing a UFO and aliens narrative, which is really veering off into the possible UFO threat, you know, and this idea that, you know, they have no idea what's going on and all the rest of it, but they're going to look, you know, they're going to have a look and see. At the same time, there is no way that cutting edge geneticists sitting in those labs, you know, all these former Nazis and all the rest of it that they have working in these programs, there's no way that they have not discovered these anomalies. There's no way that they don't understand that the Australite tektite is anomalous. And there's no way they don't think that this bombardment's anomalous. So I think we are reaching a point where we're going to see a kind of a controlled narrative that veers us away from understanding who we are, our connection to these other races out there, and which races we should be making contact with and which we shouldn't. And I think that's what we're at the moment, is this controlled narrative. And for many years, people have said, look, if we're going to get a real disclosure, it's going to have to come from the beings, right? It's going to have to come from the beings, because if we get a disclosure from the deep state and our government, we've got no reason to believe that at all. I mean, we look at what's happened in the last year or so. We know that we will be fed absolute nonsense, right? A little bit of truth, enough to hook people in that, yes, there's UFOs, and yes, the government knows there's UFOs. And then with that will inflow all the disinformation, right? And they will get a controlled version of events. And at the same time, the beings have seeded us this story. They've given us this information, and to put it out there for people to understand our genuine relationship with these beings, that they are a relative of ours. And if you look at the Native Americans and others, they talk about these as star family. You know, the star beings were star family that have been visiting them for centuries, and that these, particularly the beings from associated with the Pleiades, but not only, that there's beings that have been visiting for a long time. And all around the world, we have stories of the Pleiades. Of course, we have them down in the Americas, we have from the Mayans, the Aztecs, indigenous people in the jungles. We have it from Indonesia and Japan and, you know, Australia. There's stories upon stories. Indeed, the Aboriginal people have a story of that. When I was trawling through on this topic, found that when they talk about these Australite tektites, they say that, first of all, they say that they are power objects, power stones, and that they're used for magical purposes. They say that when a shaman or a clever fella is taken to the other world and is given their power, that they are filled with crystals and Australites, that's what gives them their power, that the beings take them up and fill them. So they're very much associated with beings that take you up, and that they are powerful, and that they have this history of being something very special. And in fact, in other cases, there's a discussion of how they came to be rained across the planet, and they say that they were rained down by the Icemen who were trying to destroy the ring-tailed possum. So, which again, the Aboriginals talk about people in terms of their animal totems and stuff. So it's not necessarily directly say this type of being. So they talk about this concept of Iceman and ring-tailed possum, that these stones rained down from space, and that they are extraterrestrial. The anthropologists say, you know, we're talking to the Aboriginal people, they say these were extraterrestrial artifacts. And they knew that before we did, because at the time when we first looked at them, Darwin and others thought that they were volcanic. The Aboriginal people said, no, they're extraterrestrial. So they know that they've come down from space. right? And they have this law of the Icemen. And if you look actually today, what they call the Icemen, we would probably call the kind of the tall whites or the Pleiadians, you know, these kind of the bluish colored beings that are, if you think of ice, blue ice, right? You get that color, it's a bit of an off-white bluish color. That these are the Icemen that are reported again and again in contact experiences, these very tall, slightly bluish white, kind of grayish white beings. So they're aware of them. They have this mythology of them, these stories of them coming here, being involved in our creation. And they also say that they are sometimes in cavernous areas under the ground in Australia. So they maintain underground facilities in parts of Australia. So there's an ongoing story here. These are some of the same beings people are seeing today, but they've been here for at least 780,000 years. You know, I would say much more. And I think, you know, my understanding is that this planet was seeded, that we had DNA itself is extraterrestrial, that this planet was seeded in the very beginning. And if you look at the evidence for that, again, this planet, life appears on this planet about 4.5 billion years ago, right? Planet is only 4.6 billion years old. The first 100 million years, it was, you know, lava and impacts and gas clouds. It was kind of an uninhabitable nightmare. But as soon as it becomes habitable, life appears. Now that in itself is very suspicious, because that's as though it's been seeded. That's not long, you know, millions, hundreds of millions of years of gradually, you know, evolving from chemistry and geology to life. That's, it just seems to appear the minute the planet's ready. And if we look as well across time, we never see life appear again. If life can take hold so easily, you know, evolves out of a hot rock pool, why does it never happen again? You think about that. So it happens in the first 100 million years. And then in the next 4.5 billion, we never see it happen again once, right? Every single thing on this planet is related to that first form of life. There's never a second emergence. Again, that does not point to it just spontaneously appearing. It looks like someone has seeded that life here. I consider DNA itself to be an extraterrestrial terraforming technology. You rain it down on a planet, it takes root, and you get life. And if you're a kind of a species who can travel through wormholes, you can literally time travel. So, I mean, you could seed a planet, travel through your wormhole, go back to wherever you want to be, come back through a wormhole and come back to another point in time of that planet. So this, you go into levels of technological abilities that are mind-boggling, where we think about these beings that, you know, maybe they've spent all this time waiting for the planet, but maybe not. It may be the same beings may go back through that wormhole and come back to us a billion years later. Literally the same group of beings on the same ship, even, that we start to realize that time space, you know, works in these astonishing ways. Once you can manipulate the space-time continuum through technology, you basically go into time travel. And if you look at all the ancient stories of how these beings travel around, we hear they go through hollowed out tree trunks, they go up ladders, they go through snakes, they go through worms, you know, all of these are what we would call sort of more primitive human descriptions of wormhole travel, that they are going through hollowed out tree trunks, they're going through, you know, snakes, they're going through ladders. And so if that's what they're doing, these are not just visitors from space, these are time travelers by default, and also interdimensional by default. And we see this argument often in ufology. Are the beings alien? Are they, you know, what are they? Are they extraterrestrial? Are they interdimensional? Are they crypto-terrestrials? Are they, you know, and really you end up saying yes. Yes, they are. They're all of those, because they're also crypto-terrestrial, because if they have presences on the earth and they are underground and they've been here that long, then they're living alongside us. So yeah, technically they're also crypto-terrestrials that live on our planet with us. Yes, they're interdimensional. They can breach through into, you know, interdimensionally. They can time travel. So they're extra tempestrals. You know, they're extraterrestrials. They also have off-world bases. You know, so in the end, you find that the very same groups can be all of the above, and that we are dealing with something that's it's not as simple as anyone would like to put it. I think it's unbelievably complex, and that, you know, different beings will fall into those different categories, but some of them are in all of those categories, and that's where we're at with these beings now. And I think we're reaching a kind of an end game here, where we have the influences of two different groups on this planet. We have the influences of what I would say is this alliance that mostly it seems to cluster around the Pleiades as its symbol, but that doesn't mean that they are from the Pleiades. I mean, I'm going to just very quickly say, if you imagine you came from another world and you landed here and you were talking to a primitive human and they wanted to know where you were from, what's the easiest thing to do? Point at the last place you came from over there, the Pleiades, right? But you're not going to necessarily say, well, this one here is from Alpha Cygni and they're from over there. And, you know, it's a very simple way of saying, well, we came through from the Pleiades, because that's true. That was where the Stargate came from. But that doesn't mean they were all from there. They say there's a network of Stargates out there that they can travel between many worlds. That's just the Stargate that connects to Earth. So the next jump point is Pleiades to Earth. Beyond that, there's a web out there. So we are told that they're from the Pleiades, but there are many different beings. And the Pleiades itself is not old enough to have actually given rise to evolved life. It's a very young star system. And in fact, I suspect it may even be an artificially created star cloud for a lot of reasons, but that goes off into another thing. But essentially, that is just an easy way of them telling us, you know, we're from out there, right? But that craft had beings from all over the cosmos on board, crystalline beings, interdimensional looking, you know, strange beings that they describe as being partly in our world, partly not, others that look very human-like. A whole range of beings are described as being on this ship. So we have a very, well, I would say a very complex narrative in a way, but in other ways, it's quite sort of down to earth in that, you know, a lot of it makes sense. We start to realize, actually, hang on a minute, yeah, that makes sense as to, you know, how they would interact with us, how they would explain things. And we think of all these wormhole descriptions, it adds up. The Pleiades stories around the world adds up. The stories of, you know, star family, yeah, genetically modified, you know, we are related to them. You know, we have all these different aspects that come together in this particular narrative. Now, of course, it's where does it go next? My question is, of course, if the mainstream media are going all out on UFOs now, and even touching on aliens, I don't think that they're going to want to deal with this, though. And I think this is going to be a sort of grassroots effort where we're all going to have to find ways to kind of share this information, you know, through the networks that people have. Because I just, you know, I have reached out to journalists and they go silent. They're interested at first. Oh, you know, you've got evidence of all this. They go silent. And I've had problems before where, you know, things I've put to journalists that they've been silenced. I had an article that went to Forbes, which was published, and within hours it was deleted. And the guy was told never to write about my work again. He was told, he said he'd never had anything like it. And that was on the tame part. That wasn't even talking about aliens. It was just to do with human origins, human evolution. He was told never to write about my work again. 4 hours it lasted on Forbes before somebody had it censored. So I don't think that anyone's going to be jumping to put this into the mainstream. I think that we have a very controlled media, and right now we're being taken into, you know, some kind of UFO psyop. And you know, I don't think they're going to be very keen to talk about this. But anyway, I'll open up the floor to you guys, and you know, give me any questions, because I know that I'm probably at the end of my bit of time anyway. Or if I've got into someone else's time, I apologise. You have to let me know, Daniela, if I've got time for any questions or not. I'm not sure.
Oh wow, gosh, it was so interesting. I mean, it answers so many questions, doesn't it? So what I would like to know is, we're really powerful beings. So how do we get this power back?
Is it just me or?
Yeah.
Bear with me. Sorry, I think my speaker has gone off. Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. My speaker got disconnected, so I didn't hear that. Can I ask you to repeat that, please?
I'm just going to say, you know, it's such an excellent investigation that you've been doing, and all these people are just trying to shut you down, because as Carol said, we are more than we're taught we are. So how do we get hold of these beings to sort of make us more powerful than what they did in, you know, 750 odd years ago? So 1,000, sorry. So how do we get them to make us understand we are powerful beings? Claim back our power, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, personally, you know, my understanding of it is that the idea of giving this information to us is to allow us the opportunity to collectively ask for collaboration with the peaceful, neutral and benevolent groups, and that we en masse need to actually ask for that connection and to formally say we do not want to work with the negative groups that are actually interacting, that this is a choice situation. I mean, some people describe it as like a 5D chess game, and I agree with that. I think that when we think about the way that war happens and stuff, it's different to the way conflicts and disagreements between extremely advanced star people happen. That what we are being given is a kind of a takeover that happens very quietly, that if you allow it, it will be allowed, and that nobody's just going to ride in and start blowing up reptilian ships. And that's not going to happen. That's not the way they do it anymore. That we will be given the chance to accept or say no, but it has to be a clear no. That, you know, that humanity says no, we don't accept this takeover. We don't want to be collaborating with negative beings that are just harvesting our DNA and doing all this other, that no. And it has to be that enough of us openly request, either, you know, through meditation or vocalizing it, that we want to collaborate with the benevolent star people that are out there, and that we want assistance with, you know, modifying how this planet works. And it's being given to us. It is a free will decision, and it will be respected. Our choice, in my understanding, our choice will be enforced and supported by force if necessary, but only if we have all asked for it, and that the other side betrays the agreement, that they will peacefully withdraw if we say no. So that's a last thing. The threat of violence is a very last ditch thing. That most of these races, they don't want to fight each other, because you're dealing with powers that can destroy planets. It's just not worth it for them.
No,
that all of them
no.
understand that they would rather just make agreements. So most of this is done by exopolitics and very quiet takeovers, where planets accept negative beings through their technologies and all that. So that's why I say we have to be able to say yes or no to this.
Bruce, can I just say, you know, there's 3 points here. First of all, there aren't many speakers that can make me sit and have my lunch watching the screen. So you're one of them. I normally go out and have my lunch, but you held my attention, and the reason why, because you spoke about a lot of the stuff that I've been involved with myself. So thank you for that. It was an excellent talk you give there. Absolutely, I can't fault anything you said, to be honest.
Thank you.
But ask you 2 questions that I'd like you to answer, if you could. Because I don't know, you see. I got my theory about it, but I don't know. First of all, regards to this DNA, do you think there's been a lot of intervention with that of late? I won't go into detail about that of late. And secondly, could you give me your take on graphite?
I think with the interventions, I think that there's been, ongoing. And again, from what I looked at, certainly I think that even going back to Homo erectus, you know, there's modifications going back about 1.8 to 2 million years ago, but it's just there wasn't enough there for me to put a lot of focus on. So I don't bring up a lot, but in the book, my own book, I tackle it a little bit. But I also think, yes, that there's evidence we've had interventions around 200,000 years ago. There's evidence, I think, of intervention 70,000 years ago. And I think, you know, if we really were to comb through, and again, I'm not a geneticist, so let's say I was an expert geneticist and I had a lab and all the rest of it, I'm sure that I could comb through and I would start to find there was evidence of interventions again and again and again, right? That probably different groups, maybe not always the same groups, but that there's been interventions in our genome, I think, at least many times. It could be hundreds of times. I mean, that's the truth of it. And if these interventions, when people get taken and they say they get modified on craft, or that they come back with new abilities, you know, that suggests possibly other modifications, you know, at the moment in the modern times that are being done to people. So I think that, I do think this is an ongoing process that has probably been going on the whole time, you know.
And the thing about that substance called graphite, it's very important. I think you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, I'll explain.
No, I'm not. I don't know about with graphite why that's important.
Well,
You have to tell me.
It's a new material that's been found all of a sudden that'll absolutely change the way that vehicles will be driven in the future. In other words, when you talk about electric cars, what has always let them down, which I'm sure you're aware of it, what has always let them down, because they got batteries, and the batteries can weigh up to 1.5 ton in the car. So when these vehicles are running, because of the weight of the batteries, they're not much better than a conventional diesel car, right? But with this graphite, which they found, first of all, It's absolutely so strong they can drop it off the end of a cliff and it doesn't put a scratch on it, which is remarkable. But secondly, they're using it now to make the batteries of the electric cars, and it weighs like 1/15 of the weight of a normal battery.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'd heard of graphite, but I didn't know that they were using it in that way with the electric cars.
Yeah, they are. They are now. Yes, I know it's true because I was talking to a gentleman that deals with it.
Right.
So can I ask you, Bruce, about this oralite and moldavite? Well, if you were to hold them, would we change the world? You know, if you were to get a part of it, we could contact whoever created us.
Yeah, I personally do recommend people get a hold of examples of both moldavite and australite. Personally, I mean, I've spoken to a few people, they have gone out and ordered them because, you know, we've had strong experience. And to be honest, although australite, you know, and again, I argue is from that craft, you know, so I say, you know, I would say get some, you know, it's important to get some. And to be honest, if it gets more and more well known, it's going to get more and more expensive. So you might want to buy it before it gets too known, because at the moment it's not terribly expensive. But moldavite, you know, is a bit pricey, but, you know, you can get hold of that, very nice carved pieces of moldavite. And when people hold moldavite in particular, they do report very experience, you know, time travel experiences.
Some people not muted.
David Biggs needs to mute.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I was asking Linda for the.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah.
So anyone else with questions?
If I may just say, I did put a question some time ago onto chat for Bruce. I wonder if you just have a look at it.
What was your question?
How many are we? Just hold on a second. How many alien races are we talking about? 1, 10, 50, or?
I mean, honestly, I couldn't tell you the total number, but from the description of the ship, in terms of what, you know, beings are on board, it's certainly several. You know, it's certainly at least several. I mean, I couldn't tell you the absolutes because, again, I don't think anyone knows the total in this, even in this galaxy, let alone the universe. So, I mean, but there's descriptions of, from what I understand, at least about a dozen or something different types of beings that are on board.
Oh, anyone else before we have a little break for lunch? That was so amazing. Thank you ever so much. We'll pass the, and you know what they're saying, that we do not consent, you know, the people against the governments and so on. And they keep saying, we do not consent. So maybe that's what we should be saying. We do not consent.
Can I just
Getting the picture, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
Yes. You see, everybody's talking about the collective and if we consent or we don't consent. The decision's already been made to remove these unwanted beings from the planet, and people have just got to be a little bit more patient. That then the collective will overpower these governments that are corrupt. So the work of removing the negative influences, then, shall we say, that were prevalent on the planet, and Dave, his wife's party to this, that they're continually being removed from the planet, and that people ought to feel a little bit more uplifted to know the fact that the battle has been won. This battle, we're talking about things now that I was aware of 40 years ago, and my ex-wife said to me, "Are you aware it's a battle for the planet?" And this battle has gone on for thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. But the good news is that one, because the vibration of the planet is lifted and it isn't so conducive to these lower energy beings being here, and they've been given the nudge to leave, and they are. As our friend Bruce says, the power these beings have, they could destroy the whole planet, but they don't, because they're a far larger, more powerful forces that could destroy them. So they negotiate, but their time on this planet is now up, and they are leaving. The only problem that humanity has is the fact that these beings have corrupted humans on the planet, and these humans now need putting in their place, arresting or removing. We need to look at, how can we say, the collective living as a community. I know you've talked about moving out to villages, this, that, and the other, but we need the whole planet to act as a community. We've advanced with technology, but we've stepped a little bit away from compassion and humanity. And I think we're part of bringing that compassion and humanity back to the people.
That's the new world, isn't it? That's the new world they're trying to create. But so yeah, it will happen because we all want it. It will happen, but we are going to take a break of 15 minutes now. And sure. Because we've got a lady from Austria, she's gonna tell us about what's happening, conspiracy theories, and her trip into a UFO.
No, that's fabulous.
Yeah, thank you.
Danielle, during the break, is it possible I can talk to Bruce, or I can't do that?
You could talk to him privately.
How do you do that?
I think you have to ask questions, and then Bruce will answer you.
Yeah, if in the break, if anyone's got, another, I'll sit on here.
I can leave it on, but whoever wants to leave can have a break.
Yeah.
But you can carry on talking.
I would like Brian to be part of it as well.
David, you can
I would like Brian to stay as well if he would.
All right, I don't mind.
You can send a direct message, David. David can send a direct message on chat at the bottom of the screen to Bruce and to Mr. Rogers, I think it is.
Right,
if you wanted to contact them directly, you can do so on the bottom of the screen on chat.
Right. I can see the check. You just click on that, and then you pick the ones you want, is it?
Chat, and then you type your message, and then on the downward arrow, it says everyone, blah, 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 and then the individual.
Can I just carry on? I'm not very good at this, so it's the first time I've ever used it.
Okay.
No,
yeah, I'm happy to,
so people can have a break, and other people can stay and carry on talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just thank you to everyone for listening to me, first of all, before I go away.
Yeah, so Bruce,
I just want to say hi to Bruce. Can I just say hi to Bruce before break? I just wanted to say hi to Bruce. That was all.
Hi, thanks for checking out my research.
That was so good and detailed and based on evidence, and it was just magnificent. So
thank you.
So I hope people will get to hear about how we got created, but it's always been so, isn't it? That's how we got.
It's a common kind of story.
This person was being hypnotized, and he said he was an Anunnaki, and he lived to be 50,000 years old. So,
the Anunnaki stories where most people hear about this topic, to be honest, is the Sitchin's work. Zachariah Sitchin's work. That's where I think most people first hear about the idea that
but I'm just saying that's how long they can live, and then they decide when to die.
Right.
So they can carry on living, like
quite possibly.
So that's why they can move from place to place,
I think once someone understands genetics at the level these beings do, I imagine they can extend their lives unbelievably. Even if they were already long-lived beings, they can probably extend them. Who knows, indefinitely. That's if you've got technologies that can bend time, space. I'm sure you've got technologies that can extend your life. So
they're doing sort of all sorts of DNA experiments that can tell you who you are, where you come from. So I mean, that's just primitive, isn't it?
If you look at, there's a very good quote. If you look at a quote from Elon Musk, where he recently said, you know, with the right strand of RNA or DNA, we can turn you into a freaking butterfly. You know, and he's right. You know, it's, if you really understand the code, you can do anything. And this is very quickly just to say, because a lot of people talk about hybrids, right? You know, hybrid alien, hybrid humans. But I don't really, when I talk, my book's called, you know, Hybrid Humans, but I mean, I don't really mean it in the way that we have half alien DNA and half human DNA, because they don't need to do that. When you understand genetics at the level these beings do, I say they can play the code like a piano, like we'd play a piano, because what you do is you go in and you modify the code itself. You don't need to take alien DNA and mix it in. I don't think they do that. I think that if they do it, I think it's very rare, because you can change a human into a butterfly if you have the right code. As Elon said, you don't need to put in alien DNA. You just need to know how to rewrite the code, and you can make us into anything.
Well, that's what they're doing with the corona stuff, isn't it? It's just a code. It's not the real virus. So they're putting a code in us.
Yeah.
Code, yeah. In fact, what they've done, and without going into, I know that people are probably sick to death of the virus, you know, and I get that, but just very quickly say, for people that aren't familiar with what they've done, is they've coded for the spike protein, but the spike protein itself is dangerous. And then now they're slowly coming out admitting that, oh yeah, it turns out we didn't realize, but that spike protein goes around in your body and it causes problems in the brain, it causes problems in your kidneys. And they, first of all, it wouldn't go out into your body, they were arguing, right? But what they have found is your T cells attack the cells, right? And then when they burst, they release the spike proteins, which were supposed to stay contained in the cell walls. And then once they're out, they travel around the blood system and they attack your kidneys, your brain, everything. That's why people are getting these injuries all around the body. It's not just you get, you know, a heart problem. Some get a heart problem. Because the other thing they've said is actually this is not a respiratory disease, it's a vascular disease, COVID, right? And that's what they're saying. That's why you get all these strange problems. It's not just a lung condition, it's a vascular condition. So it's attacking your kidney, attacking your heart, attacking the brain. And the spike protein is going around attacking these same areas. So it's starting to come out now that the actual protein they've coded is itself poison. It's deadly. And that's the problem that we have. And again, you can argue over whether it was deliberate for people that are conspiratorial like myself, or whether it was accidental. But either way, they now admitting the spike protein is very dangerous.
Well, yeah, to actually, it's a design thing, isn't it?
It's a strip of code.
Yeah. Frank has got a
question.
question.
It's used to being modified with code. You know, now they're saying we can make vaccines. Then there can be life extension. Then it will be this and that and the other, because they've wanted to start experimenting on us with these codes because they want life extension for themselves. If you want to extend your life, look at these people, Gates, Bloomberg, all these old men with lots of money. The one thing they can't have is time. Time. And so they are doing a mass experiment on technologies and genetics that can extend life. And what you need for that is a big test group. Oh, how about 8 billion people? Is that enough?
Exactly.
And then you start experimenting on those people until you get the data, and obviously harvesting all our data. They want to put biosensors in us to get the data back straight away, so they can learn how to change themselves safely, so they can have the implants, they can have the enhancements, they can have the genetic changes, but they're not going to test it on themselves first. Exactly. So we're in a massive experiment for life extension.
I said that about a year ago, and I was knocked down for it.
People don't like it, but now they're starting to see, oh, it's coming out that the mainstream journals are saying, yes, the spike protein stage. And then DARPA comes out and says, yes, we want to put an implant in you to check for COVID. And at the beginning, everyone's saying, oh, implants. Oh, that's so crazy. They're not going to put any implants in us. These bloody conspiracy theorists. And then DARPA comes out, you know, the evilest agency in the world, comes out and says, we want to put a COVID, implant in you to check for COVID. Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, DARPA. No one I could trust more than the defense agency, you know.
So Frank has got a question for you, Bruce.
Hiya, Bruce. I don't know if you can hear me. Hopefully you can. Yeah, I don't know where this question's coming from, really, but I'm going back to, obviously, we're talking about physical interference with the human body.
I don't know.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, carry on.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why David is on.
Okay. Your arms.
Yeah. I'm just going to.
Sorry, sorry, guys.
Yeah, go.
I don't know why.
Oh, there we
yeah,
go.
there
There
we
we
go.
go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's better. Sorry. Obviously, we're talking about interference from extraterrestrials for various agendas, possibly good and bad. Interference from governments, interference from a lot of various sources, you know. Looking at our origin, as I mentioned, you probably weren't viewing the internet at the time, or earlier in the morning. I'm a member of the SPR, the Society for Psychical Research.
Yeah.
And I've been interested in Jungian psychology, etc., for many years. And if you look at the works of Plato, he mentions the human psyche. Philo Judaeus, a Jewish philosopher, again looked at the human psyche, and Jung was the last one to expand on the human psyche. The big debate at the SPR is mind separate from brain? Do we survive physical death? So basically, what are we? We are actually spirits, if you like, or minds that survive physical death. And it looks to me as if we are almost infinite, or we do survive. The whole of the personality survives physical death. With all this interference from our own governments and the likes of Bill Gates and corporate companies and even ETs, we as a spirit, if you like, with a mind, a free will mind, I think we have to raise our... Jung was asked at one time at live television, what is the meaning of life? Very powerful question. And he turned around, and Daniel keeps doing this to me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, just because David is on there.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, Daniel. Yeah. He was asked live television, what is the meaning of life? And his reply was to make more of the unconscious conscious, which effectively means looking within yourself and finding your core reality, the reality of our existence and the meaning of life. So my feeling is, like David's and I'm sure yours and Gary's, as human beings that are really spirits, we have the collective ability to create or co-create and not bow down to anybody, any alien organization or governments, and become totally, if you like, three beings. And I think when the vibration, when we all get together and we raise our vibration, there will be a critical mass level, like a, what do you call it, a paradigm shift in human consciousness, where we realize that we are actually co-creators and we can create our own reality. So that is my feeling, that even if people are organizations, but even if aliens or extraterrestrials are, if you like, interfering for whatever purpose, some maybe for their own benefit, some maybe for ours, as human beings with a spirit, a soul, if you like, we really, at the end of the day, have full control. When we empower ourselves with that knowledge and raise the vibration, then the whole paradigm shift could be one of, I think, a tremendous...
Yeah, but how do we raise our vibration? So, I mean, you know, raise.
It's also by going within and finding your power, finding that connection, if you like, to the greater reality. And then through visualization and the collective consciousness of humanity, with the right intent, we can overcome anything.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
even if aliens are interfering with our DNA for whatever purpose, our core elements, if you like, our soul,
we were created.
We have the power to create our own reality and not let anybody else interfere with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say is, look, there's with this topic, there's levels, and there's levels of all these topics. I mean, there's you know, if you look at the higher levels of it, you know, that I would say look at the Gnostic Gospels. You know, if you bring forth that which is within you, it will crown you. If you do not bring forth that which is within, it will destroy you. And this is a journey inward for us to understand ourselves. You know, Jesus said, if you really believed you could move the mountain, you know, that there's a point where if you fully understand the way in which we are a part of reality, you know, that it's a seamless one consciousness, a singular reality, that there's no bits to it, you know, there's no spaces between anything. We know that at the subquantum level, we know that there's only one quanta, you know, that it's just it's repeating throughout infinity. There isn't anything, there isn't any distance, there isn't a me and you know, the table isn't separate. We are one, and we are co-creating all of this all the time. If we fully understood on the level of this reality how that works, and we were able to say, well, look, you know, look at the synchronicities, look at all the weird stuff, look at the psychic powers, look at all this aliens. There's a point where if you really bring that into your mind and think, geez, we're in a kind of story where we co-create things, and that we can have miraculous things that happen. You know, I can know the future, I can move an object, I can call aliens down. You know, you start to realize, hey, I seem to be co-writing this story. You know, is there a way that I can redirect the plot so that it's a bit more upbeat, right? And you know, that is something that individually we are able to do, and that, you know, because we say individually, we're not even really an individual. So our change changes everyone. Our change changes the whole story. So that, you know, it could be one person, you know, like a Neo changes the Matrix, or it could be everyone changes the Matrix, you know, that we all realize this at the same time, or that one person's change is so radical, it filters out into the whole, and that the whole story shifts because of one person changing it, you know. But it is a moment where we are diving inward to change this outward. And, you know, I think, and as we're seeing this evidence coming out about, you know, psychic powers, UFO, all sorts of stuff about how the way reality works, even in the mainstream, is coming out, you know, that hang on, nothing was the way we thought it was, you know. And that's the theme of a lot of the revelations in science in the last, say, 10 years. Nothing's the way we thought it was, you know. Reality turns out.
I can understand what Frank is saying about, you know, that we have the choice to be what we want, or to do what we want. Yes, I do agree with that in certain levels, but don't forget, as Frank knows the story, which we're not going to go into, but you know, we had no choice at the time. We were taken, and we didn't choose to be taken. I certainly didn't, and so therefore I had no choice. You know, but I don't look at it in a bad way now. At the time I did, but now I look at it in a positive way, because it's brought me into this world of a world that I didn't know existed, which is basically, you know, we have got powers, we have got our own technology built into our own bodies. You know, we don't need to press buttons or use a phone, and it changes your life. You know, so I do understand what Frank is saying about, you know, we can change the course by, you know, positive energies and collective energies. I've done all that anyway. And I do agree with him on it, except when we were taken, I didn't choose anything. I was taken, and my family were taken, and I didn't choose any of that. And I was bitterly angry at the time, very angry. But thank God I got over it, and I've learned from it. But
Dave, how do you know you didn't choose that before you were born? You know, so
well, we don't. That's the thing. We don't know. We don't know, and I know what you're saying. I mean, Linda. I think Linda was very spiritual. Unlike me, I didn't believe in angels. I didn't believe in psychic abilities. I didn't believe in any of these things. And people that talked about UFOs, I thought they were nuts. April would back me up, because, you know, she knows that April was one of the first people I opened up to. So you know, it's a huge collective of knowledge that is very difficult to single out anything. It's so vast. And regards to yourself,
so,
Bruce,
I've got another speaker. Sorry.
Regards to what you were saying, Bruce, earlier on about, the journey that you've learned about the Aborigines and so forth, which I totally agree with you. I mean, I was very impressed with your talk, but I came out with some stuff in the early 90s, well, towards the end of the 90s as well, and basically I was attacked. and nearly killed with a spike in my shoulder. And that's not making it up. Linda was there. I was covered in blood and I nearly died. So, you know, I was going to come out with something they thought, I suppose, that would have been against the grain, if you like. So I've always liked people like Bruce that comes out with all this information that's very important. People like David Icke, which I know I know him, but David Icke, you know, he's been threatened like you won't believe. But the reason why they won't touch him, he got envelopes being posted to anybody if anything happens to him.
Yeah. Okay, Dave. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Bruce. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Welcome.
We'll
Yeah,
have
no,
to
you're
have a
welcome.
longer chat. So we'll interview you further. Myself and April will organize an interview with you. You know, it's so amazing. But I'm just asking if Anna Rosa is here. Anna Rosa, are you here?
Yes, hello, hello.
Oh, there you are, there you are. Anna Rosa's got something.
I had a bit of trouble. I had to go on my other phone. I'll just say, welcome to Austria.
Yeah, if you could possibly turn your phone around so we can see the whole of you.
Can you
Yeah, Bruce, thank you ever so much.
see anything?
Stay on. We'll have,
No.
Anna
Okay,
Rosa,
well.
If you turn your...
Can you get me here?
Yeah, we can see you now, yes. Okay. So you've got some important news to tell us today.
Well, I don't know if it's important, but back in January, before any of the Q posts were talking about the Three Gorge Dam and Bitcoin, I woke up one morning, it was on astral this time, it wasn't physical, but I was actually could see myself in a UFO, and I said, no, I'm dreaming here. And I opened my eyes, looked around the room and closed my eyes again, and I could see the inside of the ship. It was a different ship. And I was shown that there was the truth. I was very in two minds about what was going on. And I woke up with complete clarity, and I was told that I was shown actually the Three Gorge Dam going down. In the same way that I saw 9/11 before it happened. And after that, I started to look on through Telegram. I started getting all the Q posts, but I could understand them, whereas before I didn't even follow anything. But what's interesting, another friend of mine who I hadn't seen for a long time, she's also here in Austria. She had a dream of seeing on board ship. And we were three of us, and which she recognized. She knew nothing about the Three Gorge Dam or what is happening in China. And she also was told that there would be something happening. And this is something that the Q posts are saying, watch water, Three Gorge Dam. So I think it's going to happen soon. But what has been happening, we've had a lot of these low-grade explosions, which are earthquakes, which I think are the dumb explosions. So something's happening. In Italy, around the military base in Aviano, there have been numerous UFO sightings, numerous. And in Italy, I've had people calling me up and they're saying they're seeing them regularly. And I've had films sent to me. So I think there's a lot of activity. What I'm seeing a lot is that when you look at Venus, it's brighter than normal and it moves and it flashes. And I think there is a mothership in front of it, and which I have also read about. So that's basically the news that I've got on the UFO thing. Can you hear me?
I was muted. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes. Any good news for us?
Well, I keep getting from my inner voice when I get very upset about all these people who are having this pinprick. It upsets, and I've been told by more than once, when I look at it as a form of mass elimination, that I must not put this energy in the collective, not to worry that they will be able to change frequencies, so any nanobots will be eliminated. Not everybody will have it. It will be okay for everybody, but I this message keeps coming back reoccurringly, that when I go back to my personal experience on ship, I was shown healing beds on board, which were like slabs of moonstone. And they told me, we are ready to heal, we are ready to evacuate, and that I should never worry about any kind of nuclear or destruction, that they will not allow planet Earth to be destroyed. So I know there are a lot of alarm bells going out for the future, and I know that when this moment comes, we have to be very positive and know that it won't happen. And that's what I'm getting.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear?
Yeah,
I can't.
Yeah, you got frozen a bit, but that's okay. So that's good news that we can go back to normal soon. And do they tell you how soon?
Better than
I think nobody's
Better
got
than
dates.
normal. Okay.
Nobody's got dates. I think one thing I learned many years ago was that the divine has to continuously change its plans because of free will. And the problem is our free will. And, that depends on the collective. I do think things should phase out pretty soon. I feel as if we're on a change. From what I've heard by talking to certain truthers who are in the movement, on the medical side, they're saying the agenda is that they're going to put more lockdowns until August.
Yeah.
And then, but that because they want everybody treated before that, including the young uns. So I do know, but I do think that if we have to just be very centered and know that not all of those things are real, and but there are frequencies that are coming into the earth. I mean, I feel a very, very strong energy frequency coming, especially.
How do you feel? How do you feel that, Ana Rosa? How do you feel that downpour of energy? Do you get really hot?
Okay, the symptoms can be very different in every person, but the real thing is it's a certain ringing in the ears, a bit like tetanus. Yeah, you get a sort of underlining high frequency sound in the ears. When you're not in peace and harmony within yourself, you can feel it on a physical level. In your body, where you can feel maybe pains, strange pinprick pains, or you feel your body's heavy. But sometimes when you're more in sync, you feel very lightheaded. And there's almost an immediate connection of intuitiveness. Because remember, I think what I was told and what I've always maintained is that, and this is what if you've watched the film The Cosmic Secret by David Wilcox, he actually explains about the solar flare. I do think that the solar flare will come. There have been a lot of eruptions on the sun. And I was told when that happened to me, it would happen en masse. And to be ready to help people, because you get this heightened sense of intuitiveness and perception. and it can also be sometimes very overpowering. So we need to be ready to be able to meditate. We need to be able to have bark flowers such as clematis, which are grounding, because what we don't want is to go up in the air. We have to, it's this time we are bringing the heavens to earth. That is what 5D is about. We are ascending, but we're ascending in human form. And it's between the third, the fourth D, when we go through that, that's where you can have a lot of negative entities who can be just like it's almost like a radio wave. You know, when you're trying to, the old radios and televisions we used to have, the younger generation, we used to have a knob and used to try and tune in. That it's the same kind of tuning in frequency. So the clearer you are, it's important to keep your aura clean. It's important to eat light, and to just have salt baths and use essential oils to keep ourselves in sync and in harmony. Then this energy will flow through much easier. The other message is don't worry about putting on weight, because certain people need that weight to be grounded, but they'll also burn it off in the moment of transit when we transition from 3, 4, and 5. Where
Yeah,
I think we're all, you know, because everybody's going to wake up at their own pace.
Yeah.
And you'll just burn that extra weight off. So don't beat yourself up about diets. Eat healthy, but with the extra weight, it'll go. It'll burn out itself. You won't need to eat after as well.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Ana Rosa. We'll just have a break of 1/4 hour, and then Guy Needler is going to come on and he's going to talk about ascension.
Okay, if I can, I will follow you, but I'm a little bit on the busy side, but it's lovely to see you. You're looking well.
Oh, wonderful. We'll have to come and see you after all this lockdown is over.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Ana Rosa. Thank you. We'll just have a